Everyone, and thank you for joining us. We'll start tonight's roll call as usual with Councilmember Adams,
Present.
Benjamin,
Present.
Mayor Brockett,
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Present.
Marquis,
Present.
Shuhard,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Spear,
Present.
Councilmember Wallach,
Here.
and Weiner.
Present.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much. And now if I could ask for a motion to amend the agenda to do two things, to add item 8B, which is ranking proposed priority items for the Boulder County Regional Homelessness Working Group, and to remove item 3B, which is a consideration of a motion to authorize the city manager to enter into a 20-year license agreement with Public Service Company of Colorado, DBA Excel Energy.
So moved.
Second. Got a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous. So the agenda has been amended. And now we're going to go right into item 1A, which is a declaration honoring emergency response connectors, which I have the honor of presenting. And so I know we have a few people who are planning on speaking, but if all the emergency response connectors who are in the room could come on up to the dais, we'd love to have you. All right. Okay, we're going to do the declaration in English and in Spanish. So we're going to start in English. So this is the declaration honoring emergency response connectors. The City of Boulder Council honors and recognizes the emergency response connectors, a dedicated group of community leaders from Boulder's manufactured home and subsidized rental communities. First convened in April of 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, these trusted leaders rose to the call as it became evident that some community members would experience disproportionate impacts due to job loss, financial vulnerability, and a historical distrust of public health systems. With compassion and commitment, this team helped to strengthen the relationship between their neighborhoods and city government. Emergency response connectors connected with approximately 1,000 households to mitigate these impacts and uplift their neighbors' voices and needs. Over 4 years, the emergency response connectors maintained regular and open dialogue with city staff to bring forward issues, concerns, and questions from their neighborhoods, supported the logistics and implementation of pop-up testing and vaccination clinics within their communities, provided essential information and resources to help families stay safe, distributing over 3,000 free masks and COVID at-home tests, and contributed to disaster preparedness, response and recovery, including alerting city staff to the damaging straight-line wind event that occurred alongside the Marshall Fire. As the program was beginning, one of the connectors stated, "This is a new and highly important approach because then the community knows that the city is legitimately concerned about all of us," which is very true. Specifically, the city thanks current emergency response connectors Bernardo Padilla, Carlos Valdez, Isabel Sanchez, Kathy Schlereth, Lady Garcia, Lorena Zavala, Margarita Estrada, Soroj Gaudel, and Luz Galicia, as well as emergency response supporters Dinesh Kumar Karki, Ivan Montes Baquera, Magali Boteo, Miriam de Santiago, and Sonia Sarabia, as well as ERC volunteers David Ensign and Margie Ness, and all other volunteers and ERC alumni who've given their time to this program since 2020. As this chapter of their service concludes, city staff and the Boulder community celebrate the emergency response connectors for their steadfast leadership and the enduring lessons that they have imparted about compassionate, inclusive, and effective service to all Boulder community members. Thank you all so much. Picture. Okay. Bueno, otra vez en español. El municipio de Boulder honra y reconoce a los conectores de respuesta a emergencias, un grupo dedicado de líderes comunitarios de las comunidades de casas prefabricadas, bienvenidos, y de alquiler subvencionado de Boulder, convocados por primera vez en abril de 2020 en respuesta a la pandemia del COVID-19. Estos líderes de confianza respondieron al llamado a medida que se hacía evidente que algunos miembros de la comunidad experimentaban un impacto desproporcionado debido a la pérdida de empleo, vulnerabilidad financiera y una desconfianza histórica en los sistemas de salud públicos. Con compasión y compromiso, este equipo ayudó a fortalecer las relaciones entre los barrios y el gobierno de la ciudad. Los conectores de respuesta a emergencias conectaron con 1,000 hogares aproximadamente para mitigar estos impactos y levantar las voces y necesidades de sus vecinos. A lo largo de 4 años, los conectores de respuesta a emergencias mantuvieron un diálogo abierto y regular con el equipo del municipio para plantear cuestiones, preocupaciones y preguntas de sus vecinos. Apoyaron la logística y implementación de clínicas de pruebas y vacunación emergentes dentro de sus comunidades. Proporcionaron información esencial y recursos para ayudar a las familias a mantenerse seguras, distribuyendo más de 3,000 mascarillas y pruebas caseras del COVID, y contribuyeron a la preparación, respuesta y recuperación en caso de catástrofe, incluyendo alertar al personal de la ciudad de los daños causados por el viento en línea recta que se produjo junto al incendio Marshall. Cuando el programa estaba comenzando, uno de los conectores declaró: "Este es un enfoque nuevo y de gran importancia porque así la comunidad sabe que la ciudad está legítimamente preocupada por todos nosotros". Y es la verdad. Específicamente, el municipio de Boulder agradece a los actuales conectores de respuesta a emergencias: Bernardo Padilla, Carlos Valdés, Isabel Sánchez, Kathy Schlereth, Lady García, Lorena Zavala, Margarita Estrada, Saroj Gaudel y Luz Galicia. Los colaboradores de respuesta a emergencias: Dinesh Kumar Karki, Iván Montes Vaquera, Magali Botello, Miriam de Santiago y Sonia Sarabia. Voluntarios ERC, David Ensign y Marginez, y los demás voluntarios y egresados de ERC que han dado su tiempo a este programa desde 2020. Al concluir este capítulo de su servicio, el personal de la ciudad y la comunidad de Boulder celebran los conectores de respuesta a emergencias por su firme liderazgo y las lecciones duraderas que han impartido sobre el servicio compasivo, inclusivo y eficaz a todos los miembros de la comunidad de Boulder. Muchas gracias. Okay. ¿Quién va a hablar? Who's going to speak? ¿Quieres comenzar? Ah, Kathy.
Thank you. As soon as I find my notes. Good evening.
Buenas noches.
I am so grateful to be part of the Emergency Response Connectors for the City of Boulder, and so thankful for the opportunity to share valuable information with my community. I also want to say a very big thank you to Brenda Rittenauer and Ryan Hansen for putting together this team and all the time and effort to nurture us into the team we are now. Thank you.
Estoy tan agradecido por el tiempo que he pasado como conectora de respuesta de emergencia para la ciudad de Boulder agradecida por la oportunidad de compartir tanta información de tanto valor para mi comunidad. Y sobre todo quiero agradecer a Brenda Rittenauer y Ryan Hansen por todo su tiempo y esfuerzo que han dedicado para organizarnos a todos juntos. Muchas gracias.
I will do it in English and Spanish. Buenas tardes, estimadas personalidades del Consejo Municipal y a todos los presentes hoy aquí. Empiezo agradeciendo por su apoyo a los conectores de respuesta de emergencia durante estos 4 años. Se realizó una gran labor y se cumplieron las metas. Por eso pido y exhorto al Consejo Municipal que incluya a los conectores en su presupuesto, ya que los conectores son considerados una pieza clave tanto dentro del gobierno como de la comunidad. Los conectores no nos vamos, quedamos en los corazones de mucha gente y un principio que adquirimos es nuestro continuo trabajo por las comunidades. Gracias. Gracias, Boulder. Good afternoon, dear members of the City Council and all those present here today. I begin by thanking you for your support to the emergency response connectors during these 4 years. Great work was done and the goals were met. This is why I ask and urge this City Council to include the connectors in its budget, since the connectors are considered a key program both within the government and the community. The connectors are not living. We stay in the hearts of many people, and a principle that we acquire is the unceasing work for the communities. Thank you. Thank you, Boulder.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leticia García. Vivo en Boulder desde hace 25 años y actualmente trabajo como promotora de salud en el Centro Amistad. Inicié mi participación como conectora comunitaria en el grupo de trabajo de ISDE Boulder. En el 2020 fui invitada a formar parte de los conectores comunitarios de respuesta a emergencia, un grupo creado para responder a la necesidad de la comunidad durante la pandemia de COVID-19, para facilitar la comunicación y asegurar que la información llegara de manera efectiva. Creí varios grupos de chat en diversas plataformas adaptados a las preferencias de cada miembro de la comunidad. Esto permitió que la información relevante se compartiera rápidamente y de forma accesible para todos. Agradezco profundamente el apoyo brindado a este grupo a lo largo de estos 4 años. Gracias por habernos dado la oportunidad de ser escuchados y de ser parte activa en la respuesta a las necesidades de la comunidad. Estoy especialmente agradecida por la oportunidad de haber aprendido tanto en este proceso, por la información compartida y por todo el apoyo que pudimos brindar a través de este programa. Una de las mayores satisfacciones de este esfuerzo ha sido el hecho de que las comunidades de viviendas móviles que históricamente se habían sentido desatendidas, encontrar un espacio para ser escuchadas, gracias al trabajo realizado por los conectores comunitarios. Este éxito fue posible porque todos somos parte integral de nuestra comunidad y trabajamos juntos para construir un mejor entorno para todos. Gracias nuevamente por su apoyo y especialmente también a Brenda y a Brian por creer en nosotros. Gracias.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leticia Garcia. I have lived in Boulder for 25 years, and I currently work as a health promoter at Centro Amistad, in addition to managing my own cleaning business. I began my participation and involvement as a community connector through the East Boulder Working Group, and in 2020, I was invited to join the Emergency Response Community Connectors, a group created to address community needs during the COVID-19 pandemic. To facilitate communication and ensure that information was effectively delivered, I created several chat groups on various platforms tailored to the preferences of each community member. This allowed relevant information to be shared quickly and accessibly for everyone. I deeply appreciate the support provided to this group over the past 4 years. We thank you for giving us the opportunity to be heard and to play an active role in responding to the needs of our community. I'm especially grateful for the opportunity to learn so much throughout this process, for the information shared, and for all the support we were able to provide through this program. One of my greatest satisfactions from this effort has been witnessing how mobile home communities, which historically have felt overlooked, found a space to be heard thanks to the work carried out by the community connectors. This success was possible because we are all integral parts of our communities working together to build a better environment for everyone. Thank you again for your support and for allowing us to continue with this valuable work, and above all, for the help and support of Brenda and Ryan in this effort. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos. Thanks so much to all of you. And buenas noches. Okay, after that inspiring declaration, we are now going to have item 1B, which is the International Day of Persons with Disabilities Declaration, presented by Councilmember Weiner.
Is anybody here? Is anybody here to accept this declaration? Awesome. Hi. Yeah, yeah. Great to see you, Craig. Hi, good to see you. Okay. Do you want to speak first, or should I? I guess I'll.
Oh, yeah, please read it.
International Day of Persons with Disability, December 3rd, 2024. In 1990, the federal government passed the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, which underscores the values of equal access and equal opportunity for people with disabilities and upholds that all people are entitled to a set of fundamental freedoms and protections. We acknowledge the long history of discrimination against people with disabilities and esteem the decades of activism and advocacy by the disability community to combat systemic exclusion and injustice. These champions have paved the way for future generations of individuals with disabilities. Despite the passage of the ADA, there are enduring challenges for this community which face physical, social, and institutional barriers. People with disabilities are more likely to experience co-occurring health challenges and higher healthcare costs, and as a result, many live in poverty and are often underemployed or unemployed. The City of Boulder strives to exceed the requirements set forth in the ADA and to create a welcoming and supportive community. The City of Boulder strives to be a leader in ADA laws and to make a community for all to thrive based on principles of integrity and respect for all who live, work, and play in the City of Boulder. There are many examples in the City of Boulder of departments working alongside the disabled community to create meaningful relationships and positive change related to the ADA. The City Expand program's mission, creating a community of all abilities through recreation, is strengthened by a strong community of participants, athletes, parents, care providers, partner agencies, Boulder Parks and Rec staff, and the Boulder community who continue to support programs and services for people with disabilities. Realizing some disabilities are not seen, the Boulder Police Department launched the Autism Decal Program with the goal of alerting officers that someone who has one of the decals on their vehicle or home, or one who is associated with the vehicle or home, may be autistic. This helps officers better understand certain behaviors with the hope of creating a safe and secure scene for all. The City of Boulder is a leader in digital accessibility, hiring a manager to ensure the Colorado accessibility law is being met to the fullest extent. Lastly, as one of the few of many examples, this year, the City of Boulder began the multi-year process of an ADA self-assessment and transition plan process. This process, I've said the word process like 3 times, will assess citywide programs, services, activities, and facilities for ADA Title II use along with a transition plan to identify areas of need. The self-assessment and transition plan process will include a public input process. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare December 3rd, 2024 as International Day of Persons with Disabilities and urge our city government and community members to commit to the ongoing work of advancing equal protection for people with disabilities, share and listen to their stories of joy, and lead with compassion and empathy so that we create a city for everyone to thrive.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Brockett, Councilmember Weiner, and City Council members, and our community. On behalf of the Center for People with Disabilities and the disability community, I want to thank you for this proclamation recognizing International Day of Persons with Disabilities. This recognition reflects a commitment to equity, inclusion, and the principles of the independent living philosophy. The independent living philosophy, which is practiced by the Center for People with Disabilities and our consumers, emphasizes that people with disabilities are experts in their own lives and deserve self-determination and equal opportunities to thrive. This aligns with the powerful principle of nothing about us without us, which calls for our voices to be at the center of decisions that affect us. We commend the city of Boulder for your efforts to ensure equal and equitable treatment of people with disabilities, and most importantly, for including the disability community in this work. By partnering with us and valuing our lived experiences, you demonstrate a commitment to fostering a truly inclusive community. As we recognize International Day of Persons with Disabilities, let us celebrate our progress and recommit to advancing accessibility, equity, and opportunity for all. Together, we can continue to build a community where people of all abilities can thrive. So we thank you for your leadership and dedication. And now, my colleague, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor Brockett and community. We appreciate this proclamation very much. My name is Maria Stepanian. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for People with Disabilities. And Craig shared very well about what is important to us, people with disabilities. And I want very briefly to reflect on the international aspect of the day. International Day of Persons with Disabilities honors and celebrates people with disabilities worldwide. And here in Boulder, I know we are committed to ensuring that every person with a disability, regardless of nationality or immigration status, can have access to services and can thrive in our community. For our organization to be eligible to receive any services from us, we only ask for self-identification of a disability or self-disclosure of a disability, and to work with our staff towards a goal that reaches independence. No other things asked, no documentations asked. And I want to hope that we can be an example of how to create inclusion and support people with disabilities to lead a life they choose. And I hope that this can be true in every part of the world, no matter where the person with disability is. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks for everything.
Thank you so much. Can we get a picture?
Oh, great.
All right, thanks so much to you both for joining us for this event today. And now we have item 1C, and Elisha, I'll just turn it over to you to read that into the record and get us started on that, please.
All right, thank you, sir. Item 1C on tonight's agenda is the consideration of a motion to approve the election returns from the 2024 coordinated special municipal election held on November 5th, 2024. There are 7 steps associated with this certification. And the first step is the motion to convene as the General Canvassing and Election Board for the City of Boulder Coordinated Special Municipal Election. Next, we will go to a roll call of the General Canvassing and Election Board. followed by the administration of the oath and signing of the same by the board members. We will follow it with the consideration of a motion nominating a member to chair the board. And we will also go through the submission of the following to the board found in your council packet attachment. That is the certificate of the public notice of the November 5th, 2024 special election, the certificate of approved ballot, the official summary of votes, the Boulder County Audit, Reconciliation Report, and Certification, and lastly, the 2024C Boulder County Canvassing Certification Sign-Off compiled. Next, we'll then ask for a consideration of a motion to approve the election results, and if approved, the signing of the certificate of the General Canvassing and Election Board. And lastly, we'll ask for a motion to adjourn from the General Canvassing and Election Board for the City of Boulder Coordinated Special Municipal Election and reconvene as the Boulder City Council.
Thanks, Alicia. And if I could just ask the audience to stay quiet, if you don't mind, please, we can do our business here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I was just asking folks to be quiet.
Thank you. I do want to note for the certification, I am joined here in the audience with our Elections Administrator, John Morse, in case there's any questions presented by the board. You'll see on the actual screen the presentation of the short agenda that I just went through. And for your reference, in accordance with City of Boulder Charter Section 32 and the Secretary of State Rule 10.2.4, members of City Council shall sit as the General Canvassing and Election Board, and I, as the City Clerk, will serve as the Secretary of that board and as the designated election official for the city. To begin, may I have a motion to convene as the General Canvassing and Election Board for the November 5th, 2024 City of Boulder Coordinated Special Municipal Election?
So moved.
Second.
And may I also have a show of hands to approve that motion? That motion was approved unanimously, and we are now operating as the General Canvassing and Election Board for the election. Now, we will proceed with a roll call of the board, and we'll start that roll call with Councilmember Adams.
Present.
Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Marquis.
Present.
Shuhart.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Present.
Councilmember Wallach.
Here.
And Weiner.
Present.
All board members are present. Now we will go through the administration of the oath. If you would please all raise your right hand and please say "I do" once the oath is completed. There is no need to repeat the oath. We, the undersigned, do solemnly swear or affirm that we will perform the duties of the General Canvassing and Election Board for the November 5th, 2024 Coordinated Special Municipal Election held in the City of Boulder, County of Boulder, State of Colorado, according to the law and to the best of my ability. Thank you. We will now ask for a nomination for a person to serve as the board chair for this meeting.
I'd like to nominate the mayor, Mr. Brockett.
Second.
If you would please, a show of hands for that nomination and that second. The nomination of the mayor to chair the board is hereby approved unanimously. Thank you. You will now see the election returns on the screen. For the 2024 City of Boulder, we had 7,520 active voters. 71,520 active voters. You'll reference here that we had 68,812 in 2023. We had 57,140 ballots counted. Reference in 2023, there were 34,249 active ballots counted. Now, the following ballot measures were presented to the electors at the November 5th, 2024 election. We had the ballot question 2C was in reference to council pay. That item did pass with a yes vote of 27,688 and a no vote of 18,752. Our next item was ballot question 2D, and that was in reference to executive sessions. That item also passed with a yes vote of 25,085 votes and a no vote count of 18,683. Our last item on that ballot was the ballot question 2E, and it was in relations to the boards and commissions charter cleanup. That item did fail with a yes vote of 21,491 and a no vote of 21,556. I would like at this time to reference the following documents as you have seen in your packet: the notification of the approved ballot, the certificate of the public notices of the November 5th, 2024 election, and the official summary of votes. Now, the official votes as well as historic information are available on the Boulder County Elections website. Could I please have a motion to approve the election returns for the City of Boulder 2024 Coordinated Special Municipal Election held on November 5th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I will now take the vote for that motion. I'll start with Councilmember Adams.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Marquis.
Yes.
Shuhart.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Yes.
Councilmember Wallach.
Yes.
And Weiner.
Yes.
The motion passed unanimously, and the certification of the election results is hereby complete. Would the chair please present a motion to adjourn this meeting of the General Canvassing Board of the City of Boulder Coordinated Special Municipal Election and reconvene as the City Council?
So moved. Do I have to say it?
That's enough, sir.
Okay.
I will now turn it back to you to reconvene the City Council meeting.
All right.
And
Thanks.
thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much, Alicia. Really appreciate all of your work and of John Morse and the rest of the team on these ballot measures. I know it was a lot of work this year and appreciate everything that you did. And thanks to the voters of the City of Boulder.
Can I have a point of order?
Yes.
Do we have to vote on that motion to adjourn the general canvassing and election board? Do we have to, or does just saying it matter?
You can vote, or he can motion to just adjourn.
Okay.
As the chair.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Of course.
Thanks for clarifying that, Matt. We'd hate to go through the rest of the meeting as the wrong board, right? Okay, we will now go to open comment. Alicia, if you can go over those public participation guidelines, please.
Of course, sir. Be happy to. Thank you. Good evening again, everyone. And I will now go over the public participation at City Council meeting guidelines. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, please visit our website at bouldercolorado.gov/services/productive-atmospheres. Now, the following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during the meeting. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. Only one person at the podium at a time, unless an accommodation like an interpreter is required. Our remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No standing in or otherwise blocking the aisles. No participant shall stand or hold items such as signs or flags in a manner that would block the view of another person. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. We ask that you not affix items to the podium or dais or walls or other surfaces of the chambers. Signs, flags, or other items used to communicate must be held by one person when displayed. Obscenity, Other epithets based on race, gender, or religion, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes this meeting will not be tolerated. Lastly, in-person participants are asked to refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally or with sounds such as applause or snapping, with the exception of declarations. Traditionally, support is shown through American Sign Language applause or jazz hands. Thank you for listening, and again, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for that, Alicia. All right, well, just before we get started, in addition to those guidelines, I would just like to urge everyone here tonight to be respectful of each other and of other community members, and not to single people out for personal aspersions, and be respectful of each other as much as possible. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. I'm going to be pretty strict about that in fairness to everyone else. And I will call 3 names at a time, and as you can come down towards the podium as your turn is approaching, please. Our first 3 speakers are Barbara Steinmetz, Bart Windrum, and Aram Bingham.
Hi, everyone. My name is Barbara Steinmetz. About a year ago, Mayor Brockett promised to pass a resolution against anti-Semitism. It was derailed and buried and never happened. A year later, when anti-Semitism struck at CU, 12 to 15,000 Jews in Boulder didn't hear a word from the mayor or the city council, as if CU is not a vital part of Boulder. When I was a child, my family had to flee from anti-Semitism in Europe. What began as graffiti, name-calling, lies, propaganda evolved into Jew hunting, expulsion, and extermination. In the US, my father promised me that this country and my new city would stand on my side to protect me. Since October 7th, 2023, anti-Semitism has risen dramatically, even in liberal communities. And when Tara Weiner was verbally attacked as a Jew just outside this door, there was not any official public statement. That is not okay. Local Jewish institutions now have full-time armed guards. Some have installed bulletproof glass. Not so to our non-Jewish good neighbors. Why is that? While some on the council want to do more to protect people far away, this council won't act to protect Jews here. Why don't 12,000 Jews in Boulder matter? I know from my experience in Europe, anti-Semitism grows when the fires are left unattended. Lack of response, silence. You have said and done nothing proactively. You promised a resolution against anti-Semitism. You are the elected leaders of this city. Speak up, bang your fists.
Your
We
time
need
is
to
up,
have a
but we
strong
appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Our next 3 speakers are Bart Windrum, Aram Bingham, and Martha McPherson.
Hello, it's good to see you again.
If you can get into the mic, please.
Excuse me?
Get into the mic,
Is this
please.
better? Okay. It's good to see you all again. We now know that the root cause of threatening urban-adjacent wildfires, human ignition from Flagstaff to El Dorado, is neither mentioned nor addressed in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. I conceived Boulder's Yellow Line as if I had sole authority to enact it. Please recognize Yellow Line as an initiating framework. In advance of the wildfire study session, these encouragements. Adopt the notion of a fire-free backdrop. Your mouth. There you go. You can touch it. Okay. Adopt the notion of a fire-free backdrop as a goal, similar to Vision Zero for traffic fatalities. Southwest Boulder residents, businesses, and 7 K-12s are entitled to a prudent measure of safety equity against the potential of a human-ignited conflagration. This should be a core function of OSMP land use, planning, and management. Mitigating human ignition syncs with council goals, prioritizing responsible governance and safety. And so I have several asks. Amend and fix the CWPP by addressing human wildfire ignition mitigation in that plan. Place an initiative on the next ballot enshrining human-caused wildfire ignition mitigation on Boulder's urban adjacent backdrop as a co-equal OSMP function. And please tell me if you decide not to in enough time for me to spearhead one myself. Instruct OSMP to study and propose, in an absolutely thorough manner, actions, procedures, and build-outs to mitigate human wildfire ignition during high-risk periods along Boulder's Yellow Line, then oversee its enactment. And consider whether other agencies have roles to play, and if so, take enabling action.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers are R.M. Bingham, Martha McPherson, and Michelle Rodriguez.
On July 5th, esteemed medical journal, The Lancet published a report estimating 186,000 excess deaths as a result of the siege of Gaza from all causes, including direct violence, epidemics, starvation, lack of access to medical care, etc. Extrapolating that report's conservative methods to the end of the year, the chair of public health at the University of Edinburgh has estimated 335,500 Gazans will be dead by the end of the year as a result of this war. Hundreds of thousands more will be injured, traumatized, and permanently disabled. Just counting the ones murdered by bombardment, bullets, or bulldozers that can be found under the millions of tons of rubble, now over 45,000 people, 70% women and children. Not a day goes by that I check the news without at least 40 people killed in Gaza with American weapons and American consent. Today, the number was 48, including 21 incinerated in tents in the Mawasi safe zone by airstrikes. Once again, to say that there is blood on our hands, Tara Weiner and esteemed guests, is a vast understatement. Given the scale of the bombardment, it is not hard to believe, as Hamas stated on Monday, that 33 Israeli hostages have also been killed by US-made bombs. Their blood is on our hands, too. It is impossible to recount in 2 minutes the major atrocities that have occurred since the last city council meeting, so I leave you with two that have been disturbing me, especially these past few days. A new report emerged detailing the case of Dr. Adnan Al-Bursh, head of surgery at Al-Shifa Hospital, who was raped to death in an Israeli military prison, and Mahmoud Al-Madoun, a soup kitchen chef, assassinated by an Israeli drone as he walked to drop off produce at Kamal Adwan Hospital. The world knows this is a genocide. The ICJ, Amnesty International, Middle East, and public health scholars have all declared it. Failing to call for a ceasefire is indeed participating in the banality of evil.
Thank you. We now have Martha McPherson, Michelle Rodriguez, and Dan Ronkin.
Yes, my name is Martha McPherson, and I'm here to roar again, knowing the darkness of this moment that we all feel. I give my support to Councilwoman Taisha Adams, who had the courage to face her constituents and council members and state the raw truth of our reality. We have blood on our hands. For that acknowledgement, she was scorned and bullied. A letter in the Daily Camera demanded an apology for such heartfelt outrage. Let me tell you the real outrage. Amnesty International just reported the obvious. Israel is committing genocide. It has displaced 90% of Gaza's inhabitants, many of them multiple times, into ever-shrinking, ever-changing pockets of land, forcing them to live in conditions that will lead to slow and calculated deaths. Israel has obstructed or denied delivery of life-saving humanitarian aid and has destroyed the already tenuous water, sanitation, and healthcare systems. For months without respite, it has subjected thousands of Gazans to detention, acts of torture, sexual depravity, and cruel and degrading treatment. All of this has had a profound impact on the mental and physical health of Gaza's population. Those not killed are left with such trauma that their mental and physical health are bound to be permanent. And then, of course, the savagery of intentionally and gleefully killing women and children, the endless video streams of dismembered bodies, 70% women and children. The official number is low. The more realistic number is 200,000. By supporting Israel with weaponry and money,
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. And our next three speakers are Michelle Rodriguez, Dan Ronkin, and Bruce Schaefer. If we can have quiet in the chambers, please. Quiet in the chambers, please. If you can get the mic down, please.
Okay, today the list came out of the homeless that we're counting for the deceased. We're recognizing a minimum of 26 on the list. That's half of what we've recognized in the last several years. Something's going right or something's going wrong. First, I want to talk about Zariah Hardy. She was the almost 19-year-old little girl that was strapped, brutally murdered by some of our still roaming homeless. She was brutally murdered and raped and strapped to a bike trailer next to the high school on Goss Grove Road. On July 10th, her autopsy said she was deceased. I just got that information from her mother. On July 14th, she was found. So she sat on that bike trailer for 4 days. That's enough said. I will be talking about her at the memorial. Also, I want to talk about a Denver Gazette article that was wrote where it says, every week, Kurt Farnharbert, the director of Boulder Housing and Human Services, dons a headlamp and walks the Boulder Creek to keep tabs on new encampments so that he can work on getting people in sleeping bags and tents into housing. Anybody knows Kurt knows that he's not knocking on tents at night? I don't believe that. I'd like to accompany him, but I know he's not knocking on tents. And I know there's not really housing to be had in that thing, and I'd be very interested to see his list of people that he plans on getting housed by doing that. That was laughable. But we got to do more. December 19th is the Homeless Memorial right across the street at 3 p.m. at the band shell. And I hope to see as many people there as can be. We got to do more, Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dan Runkin, Bruce Schaefer, and Robert Smoke.
Hello. My topic is around the Natural Medicine Health Act, and thank you, City Council and staff, for listening to the community in drafting an ordinance around the Natural Medicine Health Act that supports safe, affordable access to this innovative modality of care here in Boulder. My name is Dan Ronkin. I'm a licensed professional counselor and a licensed addiction counselor specializing in addiction recovery and ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. My private practice, named Inclusion Recovery, is based here in Boulder. In addition, I'm a lead trainer, facilitator, and lecturer for Integrative Psychiatry Institute, teaching medical professionals and licensed therapists psychedelic-assisted therapy. And lastly, I publish educational videos on YouTube around specifically psychedelic-assisted therapy and addiction recovery. Colorado is experiencing a mental health crisis. I see this firsthand nearly every day in my practice. People are struggling, and it's important that our community has access to natural alternatives that we know from both research and traditional practice can be safe and effective. Psilocybin therapy shows significant promise for Coloradoans struggling with challenging mental health conditions, and the state has developed a comprehensive a set of regulations to prioritize safety and efficacy in the regulated natural medicine program. Boulder has a long history of creativity, openness, and pioneering innovations. It's paramount that Boulder supports the regulated natural medicine program locations in the least restrictive manner that will be offering services for people who are suffering. This includes waiving the statewide 1,000-foot setback from schools and daycare, Our community deserves increased accessibility to these safe and transformative options to support their healing journeys. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Bruce Schaefer, Robert Smoke, and Sarah Napier.
I'm Bruce Schaefer. Indeed, too much death, too much pain to go around. Here, respect would be a good place to start. I am appalled that when after Member Weiner objected to Member Adams' blood on our hands remark, and Member Adams denied saying what you all heard her say, that not one of you had the courage to back up Weiner. You at least owed that to the public. We are treated dismissively, as if we're not hurt by unchecked falsehoods. You own that now. Next, Council Rules of Decorum number 7, quote, develop an atmosphere of productive discourse that is respectful. It is disrespectful and entirely out of bounds for Adams to name call in this chamber the sovereign state of Israel's military, the IOF. That's code for Israeli occupation forces. But again, the real problem is you. You could tell the public that's not really okay and contrary to our rules, as I imagine you would if someone here stood here and called you Boulder Cowardice Council. You have a rule for a reason. Last, the move to divest from any financial connections with Israel is on the way. Example, DSA of Boulder's August 3rd meeting agenda, quote, discussion on statement pushing McGuckins to follow BDS, unquote. Push McGuckins. Member Adams has all but told you that she will bring divestment proposals to council. She'll be prepared, and the resulting firestorm will make ceasefire look like sandbox. Please, bring yourselves up to speed. Talk to the voters, talk to experts on the subject, real experts, talk to civic leaders, and nip it at the bud.
Quiet in the chambers, please.
I'll take
Thank
3
you.
seconds again.
You can have a couple seconds back.
Talk to real expert civic leaders and nip it at the bud. Thank you.
Thanks. If we can please be respectful to all of the speakers, everyone deserves to have their voices heard and listened to. Thank you. We have now Robert Smoke, Sarah Napier, and Eric Castro.
I turned it on? Okay. Good evening. My name is Rob Smoke. I live in Boulder. And I got a letter from John Hickenlooper, one of our senators. And it's not just a piece of paper. It says, Dear Mr. Smoke at the Yeah, it says, Dear Mr. Smoke at the top of the letter. And then he says, thank you. And he says, we support Israel's right to defend itself. And then he extends that with other information and thanks me again. And, a couple of problems I have with that is that there's way too much information and documentation of the genocide that's been occurring to say that any of that mass murder of children, for instance, equals Israel defending itself. It just doesn't add up. And briefly, here's some of what Amnesty International released just this morning. The world has witnessed the government of Israel's genocide against Palestinians in occupied Gaza. Month after month, the government of Israel has treated Palestinians in Gaza as a subhuman group unworthy of human rights and dignity, demonstrating its specific intent to physically destroy them. Israel's government and state officials responsible for the crime of genocide must be held accountable. We are calling on all states to use every legal avenue to bring suspected perpetrators to justice. No one should be allowed to commit genocide and remain unpunished. And for, the city council to ignore this issue does moral injury really to everyone living here with concern about this, which, you know, a number of which are here tonight with us. So I urge council to change its position.
Your time is up. Thank you. Now I have Sarah Napier, Eric Castro, and Elise Mordos.
Hello, my name is Sarah Napier. I am an alumni of CU Boulder, and I am an educator of children. I fundamentally believe that all children have the right to education, to life, to medical care, to water, to food. This is not a radical idea. This is written in the International Court of Justice. Can I have can you look at me, please? Please, can you give me the respect and look at me when I'm talking? Thank you. As an educator, if we do not know words, we like to define them. What is a war crime? Not my words, the International Court of Justice words. War crimes are serious violations of international humanitarian law that include willful killing, direct attacks on civilians, torture, use of prohibited weapons, the murder or ill treatment of prisoners of war or others who have been captured, surrendered, or injured in crimes of sexual violence. Next, crimes against humanity. Crimes committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack by or on belief of a state or an organization against a civilian population during peace or wartime. There are 11 crimes against humanity, including murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation or forceful transfer of population, torture, rape, and other serious forms of sexual violence. Crimes against humanity may be apartheid. And finally, genocide, certain acts committed with the intent to destroy completely or partially a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Genocide may be committed in armed conflict or in peaceful times. Israel has committed all of those.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time is up.
And you should care.
Okay, we now have Eric Castro, Elise Mordos, and then Dick LeLeon.
Hello, City Council. My name is Eric Castro, and I stand before you today in support of the draft ordinance you have proposed for natural medicine businesses in Boulder. I'm a clinical social worker living and working in the city for 8 years, and I'm currently being trained as a natural medicine facilitator through a state-approved program. Mental health continues to be an ongoing struggle here in Colorado. According to the 2023 Colorado Health Access Survey, 1 in 4 Coloradans report experiencing extended periods of poor mental health, including stress, depression, and emotional problems. Psilocybin therapy is emerging as a powerful treatment to help those in need. Even federal agencies such as the National Institutes of Health and the National Institute of Drug Abuse are indicating evidence for psilocybin as a treatment for substance use disorders, depression, and anxiety. In my work, I witnessed multiple clients suffering from disorders such as these who would greatly benefit from services of the regulated psilocybin space. Colorado's Natural Medicine Advisory Board has worked diligently to create regulations emphasizing safety and efficacy. Using appropriate guidelines, we will maximize the positive outcomes in this regulated space. Especially given the alternative decriminalization route available, the regulated space must be as accessible as possible so individuals seeking to use these substances are not turned away due to lack of access. Overall, I applaud Council's emphasis on supporting safe, affordable access to natural medicine in the city of Boulder, and I am in favor of passing the current draft ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last 2 in-person speakers are Elise Mordos and Dick LeLeon.
Thank you for your time. So I went online and I read your definition on how you feel about racism, xenophobia, discrimination. It claims that you're against all of this. Yet, meeting after meeting over the past year, bigoted statements directed toward Jewish people are routinely shared by one city council member and groups of individuals who are in our presence today. They're encouraged to come by that city council member. And that same city council member in the sister city project that she oversees literally block out the voices and presence of Jewish members of Boulder. This same person has already had to apologize for her bigoted statements made last year, and here we are, 1 year later, same spot. Unfortunately, this city council is unable to publicly condemn this member's continued bigotry or that of certain members during public comment. I want you to imagine if the KKK was invited and attended every city council meeting over the past year. How about the Proud Boys? How would you respond? Now, I know what this group will say. They'll say they're anti-Zionists, not anti-Semites, and that they are simply criticizing the Israeli government. They, however, have nothing to say about any other group of people because they hold Israel and the Jewish people to a higher standard than every other group. And that is the definition of anti-Semitism. While I can't
Quiet.
stop the Jew haters from coming to this meeting,
Quiet in the audience,
you can
please.
send a message. I'm sorry?
I'm just saying, asking people in the audience to please be quiet. Let her speak. Everyone needs the chance to speak. Take a few more seconds, please.
As I was saying, they hold Jewish people to a different standard than everybody else, which is the definition of anti-Semitism. It's double standard. Okay. And while you can't stop them from coming, you can send a message that this is unacceptable behavior. You can walk out of the chambers when they're sharing bigoted statements. Lakewood City Council did that earlier this year. They sent a very strong message to their constituents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Shh, please, quiet. We need quiet. We need respect for everyone who's speaking, regardless of their positions. Last in-person speaker is Dick Lillion.
Do I need to do something to start? Okay. Jews are indigenous to Judea, where our temples stood, our kings reigned, our prayers rose, unchanged, sustained. What of the coins, the seals, the scrolls, the undeniable truth archaeology holds? You trust science on warming seas, but not when it proves our roots are deep. Our connection is real, our indigeneity clear. Why deny it? Why disappear? Cause colonizers don't return. We carried exile in our bones. Our tribe was coming home. You acknowledge land to feel righteous. But when it's the Jews, your stance turns spiteful. Selective justice, indigenous erased, why are rights denied, displaced? Make no mistakes, this isn't land, it's ideology. Jihadist aspirations fueling this tragedy. From Haj Amina Husseini, packed with hate, to Jews like me, expelled from Arab countries. A tiny country, a sore thumb in the sea of Arab nations where we're not welcome. Any liberation, 1964. What exactly the PLO were fighting for? When Egypt ruled Gaza and Jordan, Judea and Samaria. You cried genocide, ecocide, when we defend against slaughter, ignoring perhaps organic rockets aimed at our sons and daughters. Feminists, where did you go? Believe women, you said.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Okay, we're going to switch to our remote testifiers. Those first three of those are Samantha Grigsby, Aidan Reed, and Ella O'Neill. And quiet in the audience, please.
Good evening, member of the council and community. My name is Samantha Grigsby. Thank you for the opportunity to speak virtually tonight. For context, I'm a Boulder resident, a Boulder small business owner, a CU alumni, and an instructor at CU. I can't be there in person tonight as I'm attending and volunteering for the open enrollment process as a BVSD parent and volunteer and I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you and express support for your leadership in prioritizing the effort to update our city council meeting decorum rules. I believe updates to the rules were an important step in ensuring that our community discussions remain respectful, inclusive, and productive. By providing clear guidance and guidelines, you've attempted to create a space where everyone's voice can be heard in a more constructive manner. For more than a year, the Boulder City Council seems to have been inundated with animosity, intolerance, and hateful rhetoric during its public comment period. Many of these comments and distractions are fanning the flames of hate and division, personally attacking members of the City Council, and promoting prejudice against specific populations and cultures in our Boulder community. Most open comment periods at meetings over the past year have been deeply offensive and incredibly painful. Thank you for your dedication to fostering community unity and rejecting hateful rhetoric, and for supporting an environment that brings our community together to tackle important local issues. It's evident that the council is attempting to promote a sense of compassion and collaboration in our community. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working, and I urge you to continue addressing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Aidan Reed, Ella O'Neill, and Susan Albon.
Good evening, Council. My name is Aidan Reed, and I am a member of Boulder County DSA, which was invoked this evening, and I'll get to that shortly. But I want first to speak about why this issue in Gaza is so critically important to so many of us in the Boulder community, and I want to speak to this because I think there is, to some degree, a good faith question in the minds of a lot of people. Well, why do people care so deeply about this? It's happening to people over there, not over here. And the most direct answer is the U.S. is shaping the devastation in Gaza in a way that is substantively and fundamentally different from the way it shapes and engages with other conflicts in the world today. Atrocities in Tigray, in Sudan, in Myanmar, just as examples, are horrifying and are shaped by the U.S. to varying degrees, but are not directly armed, funded, and supported by the U.S. government, and cheered on by the full court of the country's elite media, academic institutions, and political guard. Imagine if the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan, a paramilitary group currently responsible for mass atrocities across the country, received direct funding and arms from the US Congress and the unwavering support of America's diplomatic corps. There would be no question of culpability. I can't properly articulate for you the depth of shame and contempt and fury I feel over our ongoing role in prolonging and worsening this genocide, and particularly the way in which it is so cynically wielded by people who would claim to care about the dignity and well-being of oppressed people, but who refuse to use their eyes and ears and see and hear what is so clearly going on. And lastly, I'd like to note that if community members are curious about our work, since you clearly have access to our agendas, I'd invite you to come to our meetings and listen and contribute and engage with us. And finally, I want to note that our sister city, Nablus, continues to face ongoing occupation and abuse, and I can see that my time is nearly up, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Ella O'Neill, Susan Albon, and Laura Gonzalez.
Hello, thank you for having me, Council. My name is Ella O'Neill, and I am a student at CU Law. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Voice and Sight program, which I think is a really incredible privilege that community members have in Boulder to let their dogs off leash and enjoy hikes. However, in the time around the last year that my dog and I have tried to enjoy this privilege, it seems as though some of the members of the community and people employing these trails are kind of taking it more as a given as opposed to a privilege. I've been chased by a dog on Bobo Link Trail that was off leash, had been approached by multiple dogs, and I just want to ask that the previous pre-pandemic requirement that everyone attends a free class before they get their tag or anything like that is reinstituted. I think that would be a great way to make sure that everyone fully understands what exactly their dog needs to be capable of to actually be off leash. I also ask that the law is changed. It says currently every 5 years In order to renew your tag, you need to retake the online classes. I think that should be more frequent to remind people of what their expectations are, especially just given all of the behavior that I've seen on trails, which also includes things as simple as people not picking up after their dogs when they defecate and or leaving it in a bag several feet away from a trash can. And I think something as simple as even a reminder and retaking that class more frequently would be helpful in combating these issues. Thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Now we have Susan Alban, Laura Gonzalez, and Lauren Lambert Feldman. Is Susan present?
Oh, yes, I am. I'm present. Hi, sorry. Hello?
No worries.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Sorry about that. I'm Susan Albin. Thank you so much, City Council, for having me tonight. It's good to be here. Quick story. So the average number of dog leash laws that I encounter in an average 1-hour walk in Chautauqua and other Boulder open space is about 12 in extra large font and with illustrations. The average number of signage that I see regarding fire safety and existing Boulder laws and penalties around open flames is about 1, and it's in minuscule font. This situation requires both a marketing campaign with improved signage and a change to penalties to match the severity of a likely outcome if open fires continue in our open space that is right next to many of our homes. So a few marketing and signage examples from other arenas to share. TSA has huge signs at airports that say $10,000 and up to 10 years in prison for carrying a firearm past this point. Many universities have had successful campaigns against DUIs, indicating the average out-of-pocket expenses for a DUI incurred and drunk driving is down significantly since the 90s when the signage began. I would propose that we need a two-pronged solution immediately: better fire deterrent signage at every trailhead and open space, and increase penalties that match the potential impact of these actions that are higher than the existing penalties that exist. As the Chautauqua fire from earlier this year, the Enghar fire, and two fires at the Boulder Star in the last few months remind us, it is truly not an exaggeration to say that we are one careless action away by just one person from burning down our wonderful town and causing irreparable harm to our neighbors. Unfortunately, there are too many people, including the many visitors who come to Boulder, who do not think about the consequences of their actions the same way they would getting behind the wheel of a car drunk or carrying a weapon onto a plane. And this needs to change. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you. Now we have Laura Gonzalez, Lauren Lambert Feldman, and Jonathan Wood.
Mayor, I do not see Laura Gonzalez online tonight.
All right, we'll check in and see if she's here before the end. So we have Lauren then.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lauren Lambert Feldman, and I live within the city of Boulder. We have repeatedly heard hateful and false testimony in these chambers targeted at Jewish individuals, including city council members and institutions in our community, simply because they are Jewish. I ask the mayor and members of this council to stand with me in condemning bigotry in all its forms. There should be absolutely zero tolerance for personal attacks against Jewish members of our community, and in particular, Councilmember Tara Weiner. Statements made at this meeting and past council meetings appear to be in violation of your own code of decorum. Just this evening, we've heard many speakers speaking on matters unrelated to the business of the city, specifically foreign relations, which are obviously not matters of city control. For those who are concerned about foreign matters, please go speak to your congressional representatives and senators. This is not the venue. Other violations relate to religious slurs, and these personal attacks toward Jewish members of this council and Jewish institutions in this community continue to occur. At the beginning of the hearing, you said you would not tolerate this, and yet you have, and you continue to. When will you stop and get on with the official business of our city? Thank you.
Thank you. Our last two speakers are Jonathan Wood and Eve Bluestein.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jonathan Wood, and I
am a representative of the Boulder Jewish Community Center, and I've also provided some materials on anti-Semitism as found by the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, because as you could see by some of those stats here on this slide, it's terrifying. Nobody should have to defend themselves for the right to existing, for the right to expressing themselves religiously in this city, in this state, in this country. I'm not going to go through all these stats, but what I will say is that in addition to ensuring that the Jews and everyone else of every religion has the right to protection, the right to respect here in Boulder and in Colorado. We also need to understand that while we don't really have the venue here to talk about the foreign affairs as previously mentioned, we do have the opportunity to ensure that we each hold ourselves accountable to respect one another and also to uphold the rules of decorum, as stated previously in many other meetings. So my request is very simple. It's that of respect and of ensuring that members and people of all faiths and all religions and all cultures have not just the right to exist, but the right to express themselves, the right to pray, the right to believe, and most importantly, the right of safety and security, especially in Boulder, in Colorado, and especially in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last speaker is Eve Bluestein.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eve Bluestein. I've lived in and worked as a physician in the Boulder area for 24 years, and I'm a past president of the Boulder County Medical Society. First, I'd like to thank the City Council for their dedication to making Boulder a wonderful place. There are many in our community who are experiencing overt and aggressive anti-Semitism, which is terrifying during these tough times. I respectfully request that the City Council support our community by remaining focused on local matters and avoiding involvement in national and international conflicts, which I believe would further divide our community. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. All right, with that, wraps up open comment. Appreciate the folks for coming to speak to us, and I'll turn to city staff to see if there are any responses.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Nothing from me tonight. Thank you.
Nothing from me.
Okay, any council members have a word to say? Laura?
I just had a question for staff around the leash laws and what our current state of enforcement is on that. Thank you.
And that's something that I'm happy to look into and get back to you.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and call on myself, if people don't mind. Just appreciate people coming out to speak to us. I am disappointed by some of the disrespect that was shown to speakers tonight. This is a public forum where we welcome everyone to come and speak to us. So I would hope that in the future people would respect folks with all different opinions. In the last year or so that people have been coming to speak to us on the topic of the war in the Middle East, I have generally, after we, the council as a group decided not to take up the question of a ceasefire, I've been staying quiet in the thought that perhaps this topic would no longer come before us. But just, I'm going to speak a few words here tonight, just to say that my heart breaks for the death and the suffering in Israel and in Gaza and across the Middle East, but want to reiterate that this body, the City Council body, has no role in international affairs, that a ceasefire resolution has nothing to do with the business of the city, and I really do not think this is going to change. This is not something that I'm changing my mind on, and I don't see that for my colleagues as well. And I am disturbed by some of the personal attacks that we've seen against other community members and on individual council members, which I think are unfair and uncalled for. And also wanted to call out from last meeting the likening the city council to Adolf Eichmann, which is offensive, particular to our Jewish council members. And I also have to say trivializes the Holocaust, to say whether we pass a ceasefire resolution is equivalent to enabling the massacre of European Jewry. So I appreciate everyone's passion on this topic. We all want the death and the suffering to start. But I also want to say, it's what, stop, that please quiet in the audience. Anyway, all right, quiet in the audience. Anyway, I urge us to come together. We have challenges ahead of us, right? We have a lot of local challenges, and I urge us to come together. And I'll leave it at that. All right, quiet in the audience, please. Yep, Mark.
I have 3 comments tonight. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, for those comments. I think they were wonderful. I greatly appreciate it. Second, some comments were made about Kurt Fernhaber and whether or not he actually cares about addressing homelessness. I submit to you that he cares about nothing more than addressing homelessness, and any suggestion that he is uncaring or complacent is simply false. In a city of dedicated public servants, there are few, if any, more dedicated than he is to that mission. I think we ought to keep that in mind. And lastly, with respect to the personal comments that have been made to my colleague Tara Weiner, I want to make it very clear that I stand with her today, tomorrow, and every day going forward. Thank you.
All right, is that it or any other thoughts? Okay, seeing, oh, I got something from Taisha.
Thank you. I actually would like to start by asking our city attorney to clarify the difference between relitigation and responding to public comment. I want to clarify that.
Yes, good evening. So relitigation is characterized by asking the council to revisit a previous decision. That kind of request is prohibited by the council procedures, except as follows. If a council member wishes to reconsider a prior council decision, the council member shall request that the council agenda committee schedule a discussion under item 8, which is matters from council. Prior council decisions shall be reconsidered only after a material change in law or fact. A material change in law or fact means a change that, if having occurred before the prior council decision, would have made it unlikely that a majority of council would have supported the prior decision. If 5 or more council members support reconsidering a prior decision, the council agenda committee shall be directed to schedule a substantive consideration at a later meeting. No discussion of revisiting a prior decision shall exceed 15 minutes. And that's from Council Procedure 4A3C8.
Thank you so much. And Teresa, what is the, just wanted to clarify again, we do as city council members have the authority to or are allowed to respond to direct public comment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. The council procedure does permit council response. In particular, what it permits is questions to speakers clarifying. This council's practice and pattern has been beyond that, but the council procedure is actually a bit narrow in scope.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So I will start by saying thank you to community members, the community member who let me know on 2 Fridays ago that I did misspeak and that I did say that the council has blood on our hands. And so I want to say as soon as I found that out, I called Councilmember Weiner and I apologized to her because, again, it was never my intention to misspeak, and anybody who knows me knows that I've been taught well that by my grandfather, who said that your word is the only thing that you own, so use it wisely. And again, I apologize to you, Tara, for misspeaking. And I clarified during that call that I still, upon reflection, do believe that the council has obligations and responsibilities, and that's really what I meant by the phrase "blood on our hands," is obligations and responsibilities, similar to the responsibilities and obligations that we have to Indigenous people and tribal nations whose unceded land we live on and get to call home. And I say that even as a descendant of enslaved peoples, I still benefit from that theft. And I am still obligated to do whatever I can to ensure life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I believe that, so again, I want to thank the member who told me, and again, I want to apologize to Councilmember Weiner for misspeaking. I also wanted to clarify one of the comments that said that I had apologized previously for anti-Semitic comments. And I wanted to clarify that I did not apologize for that. Council member Mark Wallach let me know that the dollar signs was a discriminatory thing in posts that I had shared by other people. And once I had learned that, I removed those posts, because once one learns something new, you can apply that. And that's what cultural competence and cultural resilience looks like, that we're all going to have to do that. So I wanted to clarify that as well. And yet I believe that and I believe we have responsibilities, because we do have the authority to submit a ceasefire, and we do have the authority to determine what the investment criteria is for our city. And I was hopeful that our current city council would follow in the steps of previous councils that have acted on international issues like Myanmar, Iraq, and South Africa. I am not relitigating this, as my colleagues has made it clear that there is not a majority to even consider international issues. Although I did make a council agenda request to visit the criteria for our social investments, not for anything against any specific country, but just to ask ourselves, as a council that is focused on climate resilience and climate goals, that maybe investing in weapons is not necessarily the best way for our community to be investing our funds. I continued to speak on the rule of law and the willingness to follow that rule of law. I believe that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And again, if anything distracts from the core tenets of what I'm about to say, please forget them, because this is really the bottom line. I stand with the 72% of Israelis who are calling for the Netanyahu government to bring back the hostages and to end the war. I stand for a ceasefire, an arms embargo, and self-determination for all beings. So just wanted to clarify that I am not against all Jewish people. I am specifically asking for accountability and actions against the Netanyahu government. And so I wanted to clarify that. And so that's all I have to say on that matter. I did have a follow-up for the sight and sound dog regulations with Councilmember Folkert, and had similar concerns around the online certification program in alignment with behaviors that I've seen on the trail, as well as the frequency of getting retested to ensure that everybody understands what the rules are. I'm also curious to know how we are tracking any kind of violations. I know I've gotten tickets in the past for not having the little tag when Bob first moved here, but you know, I'm curious what other reporting that we have to monitor this issue. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Tara?
Hi, everybody. First, I want to thank my daughter. Woo! Thanks for that really cool sign, which she says, "I love you, Mom," or something like that. And thanks for everybody for showing up for me. I appreciate you all. Well, most, be honest. But anyway, what I want to say is, first of all,
All right, quiet in the audience, please.
what I want to say is, first of all, to Councilmember Adams, you did apologize to me and say, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean," I did say blood on our hands, so I apologize for that. But then you said, "But I don't apologize for saying blood on our hands" in that conversation. So that's like sorry, not sorry to me. But I appreciate what you did say partially. Moving on to the obsession with people to boycott Israel. And I will say that because when you boycott Israel and the BDS movement, which stands for boycott, divest, and sanction, is specifically only for Israel. So isn't that ironic that there's only one country in this whole world that people want to boycott, and it's Israel? Oh my gosh, imagine.
Quiet in the audience. Quiet in the audience, please. Quiet in
I'm
the
taking
audience.
the opportunity because I want
Quiet in the audience. Let her speak, please.
So
Let her
I am
speak.
speaking to one of the constituents who spoke previously, which
Quiet,
I'm allowed
please.
to do because there's something called freedom of speech, with you're allowed and I'm allowed. So I'm going to take my freedom of speech advantage and I'm going to speak about BDS.
Quiet in the audience. We'll do a recess if people can't be quiet.
The BDS movement, which stands for Boycott, Divest, and Sanction, specifically against Israel, the stated goals are laid out by Omar Barghouti, co-founder and leader of BDS, and he stated, "Most definitely, we oppose a Jewish state in any part of Palestine." BDS does not they do not advocate for a two-state solution. They do not. But rather the elimination of the state of Israel, which is one of the very definitions of anti-Semitism.
Quiet. Quiet. Please be respectful. Please be respectful.
It's one thing to disagree with the policies of the Israeli government, but BDS threatens and disrupts Jewish institutions worldwide and also Jews themselves. BDS
All
is
right, that's it. No more. All right, let's take a recess. I apologize, Sarah. I'm going to turn back to Tara to give her a chance to finish her remarks, and I urge people to be respectful and let her speak. She has her free speech rights as well.
The reason why I brought up BDS is because I think it's inherently anti-Semitic, and I'm against anti-Semitism. And a lot of Jewish people spoke tonight saying that they felt unsafe. Many Jewish people come to this chamber and they feel unsafe. They could be talking about land use zoning. It doesn't matter. They feel unsafe. So I am speaking about anti-Semitism for that reason. So I'll end my little speech about BDS by saying, it's one thing to disagree with the policies of the Israeli government, but BDS threatens and disrupts Jewish institutions worldwide and also Jews themselves. BDS is the opposite of peace because peace requires dialogue, a deep understanding of one another's cultures. BDS does the opposite. It ensures Israeli musicians, artists, writers, and academics will not be able to interact with the rest of the world. Its goal is to ostracize Jews, Jewish people, and I'm ultimately against it, and it's anti-Semitic. And that's what I have.
Okay, thank you. Matt, you wanted to add something?
Just a little bit. Appreciate it. You know, over the last year, as these conversations have gone on, what struck me is thinking about the privilege of the freedom of speech in this country. How few people in the world actually get to petition their government without being arrested. It's a remarkable privilege that we get to have in this country. And I'm happy that you all are expressing that privilege because so few around the world get that right.
Quiet.
But it's important that that speech be productive. And in this council, we've made a decision not to engage on international issues and certainly not to do a ceasefire resolution. And it's important that you understand very clearly that that's like banging your head against the wall and then wondering why your head hurt and then blaming the wall. We have made that decision. Choose to be productive like Mr. Smoke did by reaching out to the actual elected officials who have true power in this issue and getting them to make that change. That is not something we have the authority to do, nor the influence to achieve that outcome. And so I'm hopeful that there is productive conversation. Express your frustration in the situation in Gaza, but continuing to petition us to do something that we voted that we are not is only going to further enrage you and get you frustrated. But that is not what we're here to do. We're here to solve the issues of the city. And I think it's important that we remember that and do so civilly. The anti-Semitism that is continuing on the rise has got to stop. Be frustrated and mad at the situation, but let's not dive into the dog whistling of anti-Semitism or the direct anti-Semitism that is already running rampant. That is not who we are. That is not what we aim to do. And I appreciate and I feel for what Tara and Mark, to some extent as well, have had to face, because that's not what they got elected to take on here. Snow plowing, unintended consequences are things that we were here to do, and we want to continue to do that. But this is sucking the oxygen out of our ability to do the thing that we were elected here to do. So I hope that we can have a productive conversation going forward, and it's important to do that. And I will say that I will be introducing to CAC a resolution on anti-Semitism here shortly. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Did you want to say something? Right.
Briefly. Just a word for Tara and also for Taisha. You both have become the subject of personal attention, I think more than anybody. Forgive me if I'm math wrong, but I think that's right. And I just want to say I appreciate both of you. I rely on you both for your expertise and your teamwork to get my work done. I admire you both. And you are both working to advance the business of the city. And you do it with passion, and you do it, you're diligent. And when you get it wrong, both of you, I have seen you ask what you got wrong and try to learn, and you've acknowledged it. And I have certainly misspoke. In fact, I might have something later to say about a misstatement I made in the last meeting. And I would just offer to the public, thank you for being here. And if you care about the business of the city, then attempting to divide council or to at least pick at individual members that has the effect of dividing us is not helping us with teamwork and to have the time and the space to do our work together. So I would just offer my support for both of you as individuals and for dialogue that can bring us to policy and at that level. And finally, Mark Wallach, I want to agree about Kurt Fernhaber, your comments in his defense. I know nobody who works more passionately and more seriously on our homelessness challenges. Thanks.
That was well said, Ryan. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll be done with the open comment period of the meeting, and we will move on to our consent agenda. All right, quiet in the audience, quiet in the audience. All right, quiet, all right, recess. When Channel 8 is ready, please. We are. Okay, we're ready to resume the meeting. So I'll gavel us back into session. And we are going to go to our consent agenda, please.
All right, sir, thank you. Our consent agenda tonight consists of items A, B was removed, and C through K.
Any questions or comments on the consent agenda?
Erin?
Yes, Tina.
Yeah, just a quick comment that I'm, for number E, I sent out a hotline about just some clarification around both the licensing and also other parts of the Proposition 122. But we'll be discussing that at the next meeting at second hearing.
Great, and that's the natural medicine item.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so thanks for calling that out. We'll have a full discussion of it at second reading. Yep, Tara and then Mark.
Ditto on what Tina said for me.
I raised a number of questions in a hotline concerning the adjustment to base. Staff answered them thoroughly and completely, and so I will be supporting that adjustment to base without further comment.
Very good. Not seeing any other hands, perhaps a motion on this? Ryan, did you have your hand up?
He made eye contact, though.
It's dangerous to make eye contact.
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Alicia, may we have a roll call?
Yes, sir,
Please.
thank you. We'll start the roll call tonight on the consent agenda items as noted with Councilmember Wallach.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes, and I take it that I'll be able to talk about what bothers me, what I want to see changed on second reading, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Marquis.
Yes.
Shuhard.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Yes.
The consent agenda items A and C through K are hereby approved unanimously.
Thanks very much. We have 3 call-up check-ins. Can we start with item A, please?
Yes, sir. Item 4A is the concept plan review and comment request for a proposal to redevelop the 55,246 square foot site at 777 Broadway with a 5-story, 55-foot tall, 82,500 square foot, 63-unit multifamily residential building with ground floor podium, parking, and amenity space. The unit type mix would include studio, 2, 3, and 5-bedroom units. The proposal includes a request for a 57% parking reduction, and this is reviewed under case number LUR 2024-00037.
Any questions, comments, or desire to call this one up? Tina, Mark?
Yes. When I was looking through this, I noticed a lot of comments from the planning board about needing a robust TMD plan, and that was said multiple times. What is the point where, and this has been commented about multiple projects, and I haven't really seen then what those TMD projects look like. What would be the TDM? What would be the way to get insight into that without calling it up? So how would I find that out?
Brad Mueller, come on down.
Yep. Good evening, council members. Brad Mueller with Planning and Development Services.
department. So your question was just getting some of the background information on the TDM relative to an application or this application.
We keep talking about how people need more robust TDM plans,
Mhm.
and I'm trying to understand, first of all, how do we see what that looks like and see if it's successful? Is there a prototype for an ideal TDM plan? And then in this case, without calling it up, how do we know that that gets done? Because this is a lot of, I don't have any huge concerns here, but.
Right, sure. So the AMPS, and I'm forgetting what that's an acronym, but the AMPS work program that we've got underway right now, about an 18-month program, is, or project, is to look at kind of three legs of the stool relative to parking and transportation. So it's traditional zoning elements related to off-street parking, but also TDM and then neighborhood parking, curbside management. So as part of that program, we will be looking at that very question of, is there a way to standardize? Is there a way to make it consistent, to give more guidance on individual projects? The history over the last, I'm going to say 5 years, has been that most projects coming in are looking to do TDMs, but there's not a template for that. That was by design at the time, to create flexibility and allow people to come up with creative solutions that could be evaluated. But now that it's become more the rule than the exception, we've recognized that there's an opportunity to create more guidance around that. And so you'll see that over time. It'll be, several years. We'll get those changes in the next 18 months, and presumably, and then you'll see that with future applications. For the time being, with this one and others like it, we're always happy to answer questions about an application. You're certainly free always to contact us, and we can go through that.
Thanks. And my other question is, when we have a project that's this large and it's adjacent to a high school, this is, I think, is bordering the New Vista High School, do we connect at all with the school district about it, or about any potential impacts?
I can't swear to that in this case. I do believe there's been engagement with them, but I can get back to you about that. Yeah, thank you.
Mark?
Has this project been sent to the Design Advisory Board for review, or recommended to be sent to the Design Advisory Board?
This is Chandler Van Skok,
I will
case
defer to
manager.
Chandler here, yes.
Hi. No, it hasn't. This is just concept review. So this is the time where council has the authority to refer projects to either Design Advisory Board or Transportation Advisory Board if they want.
Okay, is this the appropriate time for me to comment?
Sure.
I would like to submit it to the Design Advisory Board for review. It is, frankly, exceedingly homely, and I'm hoping they may come up with some suggestions that will make it architecturally a little less painful. Yes, that's the word. Thank you.
So, Mark, you just hurt an architect's feelings. I'll just say, but I will note that I agree with I think that'd be a helpful step. It is at an early stage, so this is not what the final design would look like. But I agree with you on the utility of doing that.
We will make sure to schedule that.
Well, I think it'll need a motion, just while I have the floor, I also appreciated the planning board's comments. I thought they had good ones as usual.
I was just going to add for the Design Advisory Board referral that if that could happen before this comes back to us, right? Well, yeah. And to make sure that it includes, well, I would say that the human scale aspect is probably the specific area where I would encourage them to help analyze maybe better solutions to breaking down some of the really large empty walls sections.
Yeah, Ryan?
It's a question. What would the time cost be for referring this to the design board? Like how long would that extend? Just more or less.
It's an
Go
ahead,
ahead, Brad.
Yeah, please.
I was just going to say, typically we'll schedule the DAB hearing for during the site review process. Usually after we've issued one round of comments, just so they kind of already know staff's feelings. So, I mean, typically it doesn't extend it a huge amount. You know, if there's scheduling conflicts or if it somehow conflicts with their planned resubmittal date, it might add a couple weeks, but it's not significant usually. It's just kind of in the process.
Okay, I heard a couple weeks-ish. So, okay, thanks.
Mark, did you want to make a motion on that?
Yes, I move that we send this project to the Design Advisory Board for their review. And I trust they will make excellent suggestions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hand. I got a majority anyway. 8, I think. Okay, I think that covers that item. So we could do item B, please.
Yes, sir. Item 4B is a landmark alteration certificate application to install solar panels at the front of the Higman House at 479 Arapahoe Avenue, an individually landmarked property. Pursuant to Section 9-11-18 of the Boulder Revised Code 1981, and under the procedures prescribed by Chapter 1-3 Quasi-Judicial Hearings, BRC 1981.
Question, comments, or desire to call it up? I'm not seeing any, so we could go on to item C.
Item 4C is also a landmark alteration certificate application, and it's to modify the garage door opening on a non-contributing accessory building at 527 Maxwell Avenue in the Mapleton Hill Historic District, pursuant to Section 9-11-18 of the Boulder Revised Code 1981, and under the procedures prescribed by Chapter 1-3 Quasi-Judicial Hearings, BRC 1981.
Any interest in calling this one up? Not seeing any. So we can move to our first public hearing, please, Alicia.
Yes, sir. Our public hearings are item number 5 on tonight's agenda, and 5A is the Mayor Pro Tem elections.
Are you going to talk us through that procedure?
I thought you handled that.
All right,
procedure.
I'll do it.
But I'll be happy to.
No. I'm good. You did such an amazing job with the election canvas question. I wasn't sure if maybe you do this one as well.
I can.
Okay. So in accordance, sorry, did I hear somebody say something? No. Okay. In accordance with the council rules, section 9, we will now conduct the election for mayor pro tem. I will now go over the procedure. Council members Folkerts and Weiner have expressed their interest via hotline. We will hold the public hearing first, then I will call for nominations. No second is needed for a nomination, but I will look to the council member nominated for acceptance. After all nominations have been made, I will call for a motion and a second to close the nominations. Then I will open the floor to nominated candidates to make any final statements if they choose, as well as any other council members. If more than one candidate has been nominated for a position, I will then ask the city clerk to flip a coin to choose whether we go in alphabetical or reverse alphabetical order to vote on the candidates. We will vote by raising hands unless council chooses to use paper ballots. The candidate to receive a majority vote shall be elected as mayor pro tem for the next year. So let's begin. I will now open the public hearing for mayor pro tem. We have one person signed up to speak. So Lynn Siegel, you are up.
I don't think there should be a mayor pro tem or a mayor at all in the city of Boulder. So I elect nobody for pro tem or for mayor. Done.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and I will open the nominations for mayor pro tem. Mark.
Thank you. I am delighted to nominate my colleague and my friend, Tara Weiner, to be the next mayor pro tem of the Boulder City Council. Now I'm under strict, and I do mean strict, instruction to be brief in these remarks, and I will do my best to comply, no matter how personally painful it is. Tara has been an exemplary member of this council, the recipient of more votes than any candidate for council in our city's history. Tara has been a bridge builder, working with all members of council and always seeking to forge consensus. As everyone here is well aware, Tara is nothing if not a communicator. She talks to everyone and always seeks to find the basis upon which the council can come together on an issue. Even when that's not possible, Tara works in a professional manner, holding no grudges and moving on to the next issue immediately. Tara is out in the community incessantly, connecting with group after group, hearing their concerns, broadening her knowledge of what is important to them, and incorporating that knowledge into her service on this body. She will continue to do no less as Mayor Pro Tem. If elected, Tara will serve this council and this community well. I urge you to give her the opportunity to serve as the next Mayor Pro Tem. And I want to conclude by giving a shout out to both candidates for recognizing that the Mayor Pro Tem is a purely symbolic position and not politicizing this contest. It is my hope that we can incorporate into our standard procedures ways of continuing in this fashion so that the selection of the Mayor Pro Tem can continue on this non-political path. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Tara, do you accept the nomination?
I accept.
All right, very good. Yes, Nicole.
And I was going to do my little speechy part later, but I feel like I should do it now.
Go ahead and do it now.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. It feels strange to nominate someone for Mayor Pro Tem when one of my suggested changes for the process working group is that we choose Mayor Pro Tem based on a random process when more than one person is the longest serving council member who hasn't already served in this role. And yet, while we're stuck with the current system, we must choose. I am nominating Lauren tonight. Her thoughtfulness and strong organizational skills will be particular strengths in an unpredictable and potentially chaotic year. She chaired our design advisory board for 2 years before her election to council, so she'll keep our meetings on track when the mayor is away. Her deep command of the many housing and land use issues on our plate for 2025 will give the council agenda committee a leg up as she serves as one of its 2 permanent members. Finally, it feels strategic to bring the gravitas of the Mayor Pro Tem title to the person who serves as our representative on county level groups as we advocate for stronger collaborations between our city and the county on issues that we all care about, like homelessness and behavioral health. But thank you, Lauren and Tara, for putting your names forward, committing to wrestling agendas at 9 a.m. on Monday mornings, and adding another regional committee to your full plates is really commendable. And I appreciate you both for your willingness to take on this work.
Do you want to make the actual words the nomination?
Oh, I did say that, but I said it.
I didn't quite hear it.
I nominate Lauren.
Okay, thanks. Sorry if I missed that. Lauren, do you accept that nomination?
I accept. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion to close the nominations?
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hands. Okay, the nominations are now closed. Would the candidates like to make any statements?
We would. I speak for both of us.
All right. Tara, you go.
Okay. I'm honored to stand before you all today I'm actually sitting. I'm honored to sit before you today as a candidate for the position of Mayor Pro Tem. Traditionally, when one side or ideology holds the pro tem position, the following year, the opposing side or ideology is given the opportunity to serve. While our council doesn't always have clearly defined sides or ideologies, I believe that if we honor this tradition, I would be a strong candidate for that position. The past 3 years have given me a passion for good governance. I am dedicated to following the guidelines in our council handbook, ensuring that we are working within the framework of fairness and respect for one another. As we work together to serve the needs of our community, it's important that we remember the values that guide us: integrity, collaboration, and accountability. Fairness is a core value I will carry with me into this role. We are a group of 9 members, and each of us has 1 vote. No one holds more power than another. We should all have equal opportunities to speak and share our ideas and ensure that the minority opinions are expressed while allowing the majority to rule. Council procedure, page 10 of our revised council handbook, and one of my favorite little epithets. It's our responsibility to listen and to respect each other's perspectives. Another key value I'll bring to this position is relationship building. I have worked hard at the relationships I've developed with each one of you. and I will continue to nurture these connections. I am always available to listen, to discuss, to take your input, and welcome constructive criticism. This openness helps me grow as a person and as a leader, and it allows me to serve our council and community in the best way possible. In closing, I am deeply committed to the role of Mayor Pro Tem and would be honored to serve in this capacity. If elected, I promise to dedicate myself fully to the responsibilities of this position, ensuring that we conduct our meetings with fairness and order, and that we continue to work together as a united and effective team.
Thank you, Tara. Lauren?
Thank you. First off, I want to say how much I appreciate each of you. This council brings so many unique perspectives, skills, and experiences to the table, and that's exactly what makes us strong. And I am grateful for the opportunity to work alongside each and every one of you. I'm interested in this opportunity to serve as Mayor Pro Tem because I believe in making our work together as productive, transparent, and positive as it can be. I see this role as about not just keeping us on track, but about creating a kind of space where every voice is heard and where every discussion moves us closer towards real solutions for the people we serve. To make sure we're staying true to our shared values and the values we've all agreed upon, I will strive to kindly help us hold ourselves accountable. I will make myself available for feedback, to work, to communicate expectations as clearly as I can and without bias as possible. I also care deeply about our efficiency because I know how much we can accomplish when we stay focused and use our time well. The issues our community faces are too urgent for us to get stuck in the weeds or go off track. Finally, when the mayor is unavailable and I need to run the meeting, or as a regular meeting participant, I will strive to keep our meetings respectful and friendly. I know hard conversations will happen. That is unavoidable because we all care so deeply about this community. But it is important to remember that passion unites us even when we disagree. I appreciate your consideration, and I would be honored to support this council and help us do the best work we can for our community.
Thanks for that, Lauren.
Aaron?
Yeah.
I'm now going to withdraw, but I wanted to give my speech. I wanted Lauren to give hers because we worked hard on it. What do you call it? Withdraw by acclamation?
I think you can just say you withdraw.
I withdraw because I don't have the votes. Let's just be honest. And that's okay.
Okay. Well, let me say that to both of you that I really appreciate you putting your names forward. I respect and admire and value Lauren and Tara, both of you, very much as a colleague. So I appreciate all of your work. And Tara, that was a noble thing that you just did. Well, and so does anybody else want to make any statements before we finalize here?
Yeah, you can't take away my statement because I wanted to say this was heart-wrenching, and I disagree that you're from different sides. I'm having a hard time seeing that now, and it's really a coin toss, but I think Nicole makes a good point that there's a practical matter of Lauren is on the Homelessness Regional Working Group. I do think that helps us. I think there's a case for that. So it's a coin toss for me. I just want you to know that. And also, I don't know if we get a chance to say thank you to Nicole, but Nicole, the question of what holds Boulder back from doing more is literally our time, and that is about scheduling facilitation. So thank you for your service. You've given us a lot. Oh, is that allowed? I was, okay. And yeah, so big shoes, big shoes.
I had that in my speech. Either one of us would have big shoes to fill, but AI deleted it for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Anything else? Okay. Well, by acclamation, Lauren Folkerts is our next Mayor Pro Tem. And Nicole, before you switch spots, I just wanted to offer a deep and heartfelt thank you for your work over the last year. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve alongside you at all those 9 a.m. meetings on Monday mornings. And you've done a phenomenal job running the meetings when the opportunities arisen. So deeply appreciative and grateful. May I say a word? You may.
I just wanted to say thank you all. I think we're really demonstrating for community how we can work together and work through really hard things. And I just greatly have appreciated seeing every one of us really striving to maintain our relationships despite our hard conversations. I think it makes us a better council. It helps us do better work for the city. And I think it relieves a lot of stress for staff as well when we're able to do that. So thank you, everyone. And I look forward to continuing to serve alongside you, just not those Monday morning meetings.
All right. Well, with that, while you all do a little do-si-do here, we'll just give it a few seconds, but we'll get into the next one soon. So if you all staff want to come on up for the next item. Okay, Elisha, if you could take us on to our next public hearing, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 5B on tonight's agenda has two items. Our first item is the consideration of a motion to approve amendments to the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, including the 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan, to align East Boulder Connections Plan with the refined vision for East Boulder areas of change and additional supporting information. The second item is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt Ordinance 8669, amending Title IX, Land Use Code, BRC 1981, by adopting form-based code standards for parts of East Boulder, moving the form-based code from Appendix M to Chapter 9-14, Form-Based Code, BRC 1981, revising, rezoning, and trip reduction standards for East Boulder, and setting forth related details.
And for this item, I'm going to turn it right over to Brad Mueller, our Director of Planning and Development Services, to kick us off.
Thank you, Chris. And good evening again, council members. Just real briefly wanted to share with you our excitement to bring forward this item to implement a plan that was adopted over 2 years ago, the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, which really came as its conclusion to try to balance the continuing and expanded businesses that are out in that geography, and it's still acknowledged that this is currently a suburban, relatively low density area that has a historic development pattern and manner that the community saw as an opportunity for the future to move towards pedestrian orientation, towards small production spaces, and to creating housing options where it makes sense. And all this really through the evolution that naturally takes place in cities over 10 and 20 years. I was recently thinking of an analogy to what I believe the community is attempting with this in the Denver Tech Center. And those of you familiar with that in South Denver might remember it starting in the 1970s and 80s, and how more recently in the last decade it has changed transformationally through mixed use coming in, all of this very much market driven, but really acknowledging its historic roots as single use and also a suburban style of development. So with this evening, we're hoping you see both the balance between predictability and flexibility in codes and policies that I often speak to. Predictability in this case, responding to a community desire to have a more prescriptive opportunity through a form-based code, which allows folks to kind of check boxes in order to move through process, but flexibility in the approach, as well outlined in some detail about the form-based code being an overlay, which still maintains all of the underlying existing zoning, including significantly the PUDs, which represent a significant part of the geography in this area, but also giving folks the chance, if they choose, those property owners, to move forward with the form-based code, other lifeboat opportunities, other choose your path options of specific thresholds before these standards would kick in, and also an exception process when all other options have been exhausted. So we're happy to go through this with you in detail and look forward to the conversation this evening. Now I'll turn it over to Christopher Johnson, the Senior Long Range Planning Manager.
Great, thank you, Brad. Good evening, Council. Christopher Johnson. I'm the Comprehensive Planning Manager. I wanted to take this opportunity to just reflect briefly and hopefully set the stage for the discussion tonight. So I think I can honestly say that when we first started the project to consider form-based code in East Boulder in May of 2023, none of us anticipated the level of time and effort that it would take to do this right. And I just want to reflect that the team has really been diligent in their responsiveness to community feedback to the best of their ability and stay true to the vision set forth in the subcommunity plan as well. Also wanted to really quickly reaffirm the goal of this project, which was to evaluate and apply form-based code within East Boulder and include any new standards that would be necessary to carry forward the vision of the subcommunity plan. We did also take the liberty to review the existing form-based code and make some strategic revisions to refine the standards and really attempt to make the code more user-friendly overall. What we were not intending to do is really to do an overhaul of the form-based code itself. And so that process, if that was the focus of the project, that would involve a much different approach, a really citywide community engagement process, and a much deeper policy discussion as to the purpose and applicability of the code across the city. So before we move on, I just want to thank the staff that have worked on this in great detail over the last couple of months, particularly in the last 6 months. Specifically, I will call out Kathleen King, Sarah Horn, Hella Panawig, Desiree Aguirrez, Brad Mueller, Charles Farrow, Carl Geiler, Tom Pankow, Gene Sanson, and Garrett Slater, and our form-based code consultant, Leslie Oberholzer, who is here tonight and will cover a few slides as well. Finally, thank you to all of you, the members of council and planning board and the community, for your continued feedback through the process and really reminding us of the critical interests of designers, property owners, businesses, and future residents of this area. We've made numerous refinements to be responsive to your input, and we believe that the code that's before you tonight is much better for it. Kathleen.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen King, Principal Planner in PNDS, and I'm excited to be here tonight to work on an important step in the implementation of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. The city's not implemented a plan of this scale since our work in the 1990s and beyond on the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. So congratulations to everyone on getting to this point, and it's really exciting opportunity to move closer to the community's vision for East Boulder. For this item, the project team will go through about a 15-minute presentation. We're going to try to move quick. We'll take any clarifying questions from council, and then council will hold the public hearing. Then you will deliberate on 2 items following the hearing. So you're considering 2 motions, one to amend the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan and a second to adopt updates to the Boulder Revised Code. The subcommunity plan amendments are pretty limited. We're revising the connections plan based on feedback received during this process and added 2 elements to support future implementation of the plan. The amendments are valuable because our code includes criteria that requires projects in this area to be consistent with the plan. So we want to keep this up to date and reflecting the latest thinking. The code amendments are really the heart of the project. We've made updates to the form-based code that will implement the subcommunity plan, and Leslie's going to review those. And then the other revisions that KJ will walk you through are more on the cleanup end of code changes to align all of the bits and pieces so we don't have any conflicts or challenges in the future when these go into effect. So these are the key questions that we're asking council to consider in your deliberation this evening. We can pull those back up later. And just to set the stage, we're focused on the East Boulder subcommunity. This is one of 10 subcommunities in the city, and we're talking about the area generally north of Arapahoe and east of Foothills. So many of you were involved in the subcommunity planning process. We began that project in 2019 and wrapped up in 2022. The project included great community participation, and I believe the plan overall has good support and buy-in. During that process, we heard a lot from the community about the types of uses that they wanted to see in different East Boulder neighborhoods. We heard a lot about what those neighborhoods should look and feel like. we heard an overwhelming support for finding ways to maintain spaces for small and local businesses in the area. And the biggest change for East Boulder that's documented in the plan is, of course, support for integrating residential homes into these mixed-use neighborhoods. So one of the highest priority action steps established by the subcommunity plan was to study and implement form-based code in East Boulder to deliver the mix of uses, design quality, and placemaking described in the vision. So the plan amendments I'm going to go through are still in line with these major components of the plan. I think you'll find also that the form-based code and the updates being proposed to the form-based code are really working to implement these supported features of the plan. Just as a quick refresher, the intent of form-based code is to provide the community, property owners, and the city with more predictable outcomes, particularly around building massing, scale, permeability, and quality. So far in the city, we've only applied form-based code to areas that have received a greater level of planning, like an area plan or a sub-community plan, because those efforts include work with the community to help predefine what those outcomes should be. So in East Boulder, form-based code was determined to be an appropriate tool because it's meant to accomplish overall high-quality experiences by organizing the code around building types or street frontages and defining how a building is designed to relate to the public realm of the street or other defined outdoor spaces. The last time council saw this project was June 13th, this past summer, and the team presented a draft of the updates to the form-based code as they relate to East Boulder areas of change in the plan. Since that time, and based on your feedback, as well as the feedback from Planning Board, our work with local property owners, business owners and operators, and community input, staff have been refining the draft form-based code. Some of the concerns council expressed at that meeting included revising residential requirements, increasing flexibility, rethinking how street frontages are assigned, encouraging mixed-use outcomes, and how the code could support community use, and continuing to work with East Boulder businesses to refine the code updates. So we're going to walk through how we've responded to that feedback. First, I'll go through the subcommunity plan updates and the direction we received from Planning Board, and then Leslie will take you through the updates to the form-based code. Okay. So at the June meeting, there was some direction from council to reconsider the land use applied to 11 parcels along the 55th Street corridor, which the plan designates as mixed-use TOD or transit-oriented development. Staff considered that direction and brought forward a proposed amendment to the subcommunity plan to redesignate properties along that corridor as mixed-use industrial, to be consistent with the rest of the Flatiron Business Park to the east. Planning Board reviewed the amendments to the subcommunity plan and unanimously approved all amendments except for this land use change. Planning Board expressed strong support for maintaining the land use plan as is in the subcommunity plan with the mixed-use TOD designation, with the understanding that the planning process included broad community engagement and support at the time of its adoption in 2022. The board also described that the mixed-use TOD designation along that corridor was important to the overall vision as it acts as the main north-south artery through East Boulder and connects two key areas of change, the 55th and Arapahoe Station area and the Valmont Park East neighborhoods. So in the subcommunity plan, you will see that the land use designation remains mixed-use TOD, and staff have worked to identify a solution that would allow greater flexibility on the associated residential requirement in the form-based code. So I'll move to connections. The East Boulder Subcommunity Plan Network was planned in step with the land uses. Because East Boulder today is mostly industrial, we have really large blocks and not a lot of access through neighborhoods. The connections plan recommends a few new connections to break areas into walkable blocks and provide more access through changing neighborhoods. As we began translating the connections plan into the form-based code regulating plans, there were two areas where we identified some revisions that would be necessary. These are in the Valmont Park West neighborhood and the 55th and Arapahoe Station area. We worked with transportation and mobility staff to make these revisions. TAB reviewed and accepted these changes in September, and Planning Board reviewed and approved these changes in October. We've also added new cross sections to the plan. This is in response to advancements for the East Arapahoe BRT project. CDOT calls this the Colorado 7 project. Arapahoe is State Highway 7, and the BRT will connect Boulder all the way east to Brighton. So the city's been working with RTD and CDOT to advance this effort, and the project has completed preliminary engineering. So to help facilitate the installation of the planned facilities along this corridor, staff is recommending adding these cross sections for East Arapahoe to the plan. These are consistent with the facilities that were included in the East Arapahoe Transportation Plan and referenced in the sub-community plan, but provide a greater level of detail that's helpful as we continue to work towards implementation. And then finally, the last amendment is the addition of a recommended rezoning diagram. And this is really intended to just be a helpful reference to property owners and staff as projects consider rezoning. The project team evaluated zones whose uses would most closely align with the recommendations of the sub-community plan, but this is not a rezoning. It does not change zoning for any of those properties. If property owners want to maintain their current zoning, they can. If they want to pursue a different rezoning, they can go through that process. This is just a reference to say, if you want to align the future use of your property with the sub-community plan recommendations, here are zones to consider that offer the best match. And then as a reminder, the 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan is an appendix item to the sub-community plan. So we went through and updated any diagrams or language in that document with the recommended amendments so that everything is consistent across the two documents. Okay, so with that, we're going to move over to the code amendments. And community engagement for the project use a couple of different methods. This is pretty technical work, and we really needed the input and advice from our local design and construction community. So we established a technical advisory committee. That group offered a lot of time and really helpful feedback as we worked through code updates. So really want to thank that group for their participation. And then just to highlight something that was unique to this process and helped inform a lot of the code updates, you'll see is a business questionnaire. So we asked business owners in East Boulder a lot of questions about their space and what they need to offer the services that they do to the community. Our team walked around East Boulder neighborhoods, going door to door. We met a lot of great business owners who shared their feedback on the questionnaire, but also gave us helpful insight into how the neighborhoods are evolving and helped us understand what their concerns were. So we've incorporated a lot of their feedback into the recommendations for code changes, and thanks to all of those great business owners for participating as well. Additionally, Planning Board reviewed the ordinance on October 15th and unanimously recommended adoption to City Council. They offered some really thoughtful suggestions for improving the code, and you'll see that those suggestions have been incorporated into the code updates before you. And next, I will turn the presentation over to our consultant, Leslie from Codemetrics, to speak more about code updates.
Good evening. Yes. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here after working remotely for so long. And thanks, Kathleen. I just have a few slides to highlight the revisions that have been made to the form-based code. This map in the code illustrates both the existing locations where form-based code applies in Boulder and the proposed East Boulder locations. I just want to note to you that the East Boulder locations add almost 5 times as much area that's covered by the form-based code without significantly increasing the size of the form-based code. And I think this is really important because the idea behind the form-based code is to implement the plans. And this type of code works really well with walkable mixed-use communities. East Boulder is a really unique location, and we want to make sure that this code can work for East Boulder. I think that the work that we did for Boulder Junction really helped to inform that, but I think we've taken it quite a bit further with East Boulder, and so I'm quite proud of where the code is right now in terms of implementing plans that consider walkable mixed use but also industrial uses. So when would the form-based code apply? I think it's more important to sort of look at when it doesn't apply first. So let me just say that anytime there is an existing PUD, a site review approval on the property, the site review process would apply should any change be made to the property. And that covers almost the entire area of change that we're looking at. There are very few parcels that don't have PUD approval or a site plan approval within our areas of change. If someone is expanding an existing building by up to 60% of the footprint or modifying an existing exterior street facade by up to 60%, current zoning would apply. The form-based code does not kick in until somebody increases the footprint over 60% or revises a street facade that's within the frontage areas of the street by more than 60%. And of course, continued use or reuse of an existing building without any modifications utilizes the current zoning. So the form-based code only applies when more extensive modifications and additions occur, again, beyond that 60% trigger, and any new construction on a site must submit under the form-based code. The project includes two major components, as KJ referred. First, updates to the form-based code to reorganize and simplify several aspects of the code, to address some parts that were not really working, and to move it from an appendix into Chapter 14. Based upon community feedback, we also revisited the code in terms of affordability and flexibility of design elements. And the Technical Advisory Committee was really helpful in identifying those situations. And then secondly, of course, we developed several new components that are specific to East Boulder, including the creation of regulating plans for the East Boulder areas of change identified in the subcommunity plan. So let's just quickly walk through a couple of the elements of the code that were of the greatest interest to the community boards and council as well. The first being that the proposed code includes several components aimed at increasing open space on development sites, both along the streetscape and as usable outdoor space types within a development. Two outdoor spaces are now required when a development has 75,000 square feet or more in residential units, and I think the bullet is missing in residential units up there. So 75,000 square feet of residential units would trigger two outdoor space types, which is new to the code. However, to kind of accommodate that, we've also added courtyards and playgrounds as counting as one of those outdoor space types. And while playgrounds require an investment in equipment, we've also made that sort of the smallest area, land area required, with the hopes that that would kind of be an incentive to include play areas as an amenity for these residential buildings. And one of the stated goals of the sub-community plan is to continue to provide small-scale production spaces throughout East Boulder. And several aspects of those revisions to the form-based code are intended to support this goal. So I'm not going to read through these. I think we've presented this to you before, but I do think it's important to note that the form-based code is limited to just areas of change within East Boulder. It does not cover the whole of East Boulder. Those areas outside are intended to remain as is with the existing zoning. The areas of change are intended to introduce housing into East Boulder per the sub-community plan. We also introduced a new building type for East Boulder, the workshop building, which is meant to accommodate those kind of production and light manufacturing uses. We also created a service base, which is a base type that can be used on sort of the back sides within the TOD to accommodate those kind of production uses. And lastly, we did create a new production business space requirement. It's pretty small, and it is meant to accommodate production uses within new development and to sort of hold on to some of those very small scale spaces that we will be replacing. And finally, the form-based code is intended to support the goal of introducing housing, especially housing that is more affordable in East Boulder. All of the proposed zoning districts allow housing where housing was recommended by the plan. The building types are also used to manage that residential. The general and the row buildings allow residential, but the new workshop building does not. So there's that sort of balance between production uses and residential uses that we're trying to strike here. In order to support residential in these uses, the requirement for residential in larger buildings that was created for the pilot form-based code for Boulder Junction has been carried forward. However, the size of building that triggers that requirement has been increased from 15,000 to 35,000 square feet. And note that these requirements are limited to those locations where housing is allowed by both the zoning district and the building type, again, in order to balance housing needs with the desire to retain those production uses. That's all I have. Passing back to KJ. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Just a few final slides to close this out. So there are also a few associated amendments in the ordinance this evening, many of which are just simply cleanup and clerical revisions. I'll draw your attention briefly to the rezoning section 9219. At the time of the adoption of the subcommunity plan back in 2022, there were some additional criteria added to this section to manage rezonings in East Boulder in the interim until new code regulations could be developed. Now that those have been created, we're proposing to remove those additional criteria. In addition, section 9922 that addresses reductions in trip generation in specific zone districts is also proposed for an amendment here this evening. MU4, RH6, and RH7 could be applicable to various areas within East Boulder in the future, and so we are recommending that the language in this section be amended to apply a requirement of a 30% trip reduction. The current requirement is 55%, and that applies, it really was developed around the transit services associated with Boulder Junction, but the 30% reduction would also be in alignment with changes that you recently adopted for the Alpine Balsam area. Finally, we are proposing to move the code, the form-based code, from Appendix M into Title IX itself, into Chapter 14, which will make the code easier to navigate and find alongside the rest of the land use code that applies. Before we wrap up, I just wanted to clarify again a couple of important aspects of the code in response to a number of community comments and feedback that we've heard over the last 18 months. As Leslie mentioned earlier, and perhaps most importantly, we want to reiterate that existing PUDs and site review approvals, sites with those approvals are not subject to the form-based code. Any changes to those properties are defaulted to the review under the site review procedures. Property owners would retain the option to rescind those approvals and then move forward under form-based code if they choose, but that is not a requirement. Underlying zoning is not changing and will continue to govern allowed uses, and similarly the existing structures and uses will not become non-conforming by the adoption of the form-based code. They can be maintained, modified, and expanded under existing zoning up to that 60% threshold that we've discussed. And then we recognize the importance of particularly research and development uses in this area, and in part have incorporated that flexible workshop building type to accommodate those types of businesses going forward. And then we've discussed briefly that we've also increased that threshold for the residential requirement more than twofold, from 15,000 square feet up to 35,000 square feet, to allow for greater flexibility for non-residential redevelopment in the future. And the business production space also then brings forward the goals of the subcommunity plan to make sure that those spaces continue to exist even as redevelopment occurs. Just to clarify and really explain the PUD and site approvals or site review approvals comment here is this map is showing the prior approvals that exist in East Boulder. So what you see on the diagram in blue are those properties that have an existing PUD or site review approval. The areas in red are the areas that are proposed for form-based code. So you can see that the vast majority of the area will automatically default to the site review process and would not go through the form-based code unless that is chosen by the property owner to rescind those existing approvals and then move forward under form-based code. There are a couple of locations that you can see down in the 55th and Arapahoe Station area that would default to the form-based code automatically, but they again they're a relatively small area, and really we feel like the form-based code is intended to provide an incentive to these properties because under existing IG zoning, the level of floor area that can be developed is actually relatively small, even under a residential condition. The form-based code automatically allows up to 5 stories and 55 feet in residential conditions. So it's quite a bump in terms of the level of intensity that could be developed on these locations. So to close out, just a reminder, these are the 2 items for your consideration, the subcommunity plan amendments, which Planning Board has approved without those changes to the land use and place types in the subcommunity plan. And then also the code amendments that we've discussed, and Planning Board does recommend approval of those this evening. And the staff recommendation is for council to approve both of these that are before you this evening, and we have motion language to support that if you so choose to do so. Thank you.
All right, thanks for the presentation. That's a lot of information to pack into a few minutes, but very well explained. I'm guessing we may have a few clarifying questions as well. So does council have any questions? Yeah, Lauren, Matt?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts.
Thank you. So I just have one to start off with, which is my understanding is that in other areas where form-based code has been applied, every project that has come through has requested modifications and had to go through a discretionary review process. In this version of form-based code, how many of those projects would not have needed to go through? Would this have eliminated, are the changes that we're making here, would those have addressed the issue and the need for them to go through a discretionary process?
Yeah, that's a great question. I will not be able to answer that off the top of my head. We would have to go back and look at those projects in more detail and really kind of run them through the process. What I can say is that we have made some substantial changes to try to provide some additional flexibility to avoid some of those exceptions. One of the things that we removed that I am very happy is the golden ratio requirement. So, I think there probably were some things that that could have been avoided, but my suspicion is those projects being sort of the first ones through the door to use the form-based code, my sense is they probably would have still run up against a few things where they would need to ask for some minor exceptions. But just to clarify too, the exception process that's allowed through a form-based code review applies to every standard within the form-based code. So you can literally make a case to proceed with alternative compliance on every standard if you so choose.
Can I colloquy on that point? Because some of the questions we've been getting has been regarding some feeling like they're going to be sort of going down the rabbit hole of exemptions. And so I'm wondering, like, in that process, can you just lump sum all the exemptions together, or do you kind of have to go through almost step by step, because by getting by one exemption kind of opens the door to the next option to know whether you need that exemption? So does it become linear? Can you batch them? Because there's been some concerns about how that can sort of pigeon tail a project when you start going down the litany of exemptions.
Sure. So part of the form-based code review process, there is not a formal concept review as part of form-based code, but there is a pre-application review that is required with our development review team. So really at that time, the purpose of that meeting and that submittal is to identify where some of those pinch points might be. So there's an intentionality to look at the project early on, see where there might need to be some alternative compliance, or see where there might be some pinch points, and make recommendations to the applicant of, if you make these changes or make these adjustments, we can check the box, we can move on. If they truly are things that are required, then of course those would go through the exception review process as part of that form-based code review. Ultimately, exceptions are reviewed by planning board, so there is a process for that. But you wouldn't necessarily have to go to planning board individually for each of those. It would all get batched together into one project review.
I guess my final question to that is, does that exemption process almost kind of default into just creating site review more or less? Just in terms of process?
I mean, I would say maybe to a degree, but really it's still rooted in the form-based code, which is intended to be objective, right? It's intended to set standards that have a clear yes or no answer. There certainly are, situations where you may need to make a case to say we're not able to meet that standard because of X, Y, Z, and then that comes under review, and that is more of a discretionary determination. But I would not consider it, a sort of de facto site review. I think it's still rooted in the code itself. And thank you, Hella Panowig from our city attorney's office, to back me up on that.
Yeah, Hella Panowig with the city attorney's office. In my experience, so one, I wanted to clarify, exceptions can be granted by staff. There's no requirement that the project then be reviewed by planning board. It's in planning board's discretion to call up a project, whether it has exceptions or not. When exceptions are requested, they're usually small parts of the project that have a discretionary aspect to them then. So one of the exceptions that I've seen a lot is there's a building length limit in the form-based code. So I've seen several exception requests for that in the different projects that have come through. But then we just look at building length and not everything about the building in a discretionary fashion. And the standard is the building that's proposed, is it still consistent with the intent that's established in the area plan? And are there any additional negative impacts for the users of the property or adjacent properties? So it's really pretty specific to the particular exception that's requested. And it might just be a different material that's requested, and then the decision maker would just look at that material, but not if the entire building is consistent in terms of height and scale and setbacks with what the area around it looks like. It's pretty small analysis.
So you brought up the building length one. Has that been modified in this code? And also, what kind of time frame is added to a project for needing to go through that process versus if they did not need to?
Yes, great question. I'm glad you asked that. The building length standard for the general building does not apply in East Boulder, and there is also no building length standard associated with the workshop building in East Boulder. So that particular standard does not apply. As far as the timing goes, it's difficult to tell. It's always a two-way street in terms of staff providing comments and the ability for the applicant to either meet those comments and turn around a revised submittal, or to say, no, we need to go forward and this is an exception we're going to have to argue for. So it's difficult to say, but I think at least in the experience, there's been 3 projects that have gone through form-based code. Planning board has taken the opportunity to call every one of those up. And so depending on scheduling with planning board, that kind of thing, it could add a month or 2.
Yeah, so when planning board calls up these projects for the exceptions, Is there an alternative so that it can stay in the administrative process? Is that built in so that we don't, and this is thinking more about future requirements for the transit bill. Is that something
Sure.
that?
Yeah, so right now, as Hella mentioned, Planning Board has the opportunity to call up a form-based code review project, whether it has exceptions or not. I think that was built in because the form-based code is still relatively new in Boulder and was a pilot applied in Boulder Junction. That was put in as a safety valve so that Planning Board would have an opportunity to look at the first set of these as they start to come through. I think that as we start to see more projects going through form-based code, and as it may start to apply to more areas of the city, that standard will become less and less relevant, or that need to call things up will become less and less relevant, and the call-up process will become more akin to the way we see things currently. Some projects get called up, some don't. I also think that this is the first step in kind of continuing to refine and revise the form-based code. I can guarantee you it's not the last time we will touch the code. And so I think, again, as projects start to come through, as we may start to recognize there's still some challenges with some of the standards that are applied or the dimensions that are applied, we as staff will continue to look at this and make appropriate code adjustments as we go forward, and hopefully there is a time in the future where that call up process can be more limited and make it more of a staff review process.
Okay, is this a colloquy? No. Okay, I think Lauren still has the floor.
And so then something I just want to clarify, because there was a slide that said, that if a building adds, say, 60% to its floor area, or modifies 60% of the facade, form-based code applies. But then we were also saying if it's in a PUD or has a previous site review process, then this does not apply to it. Can you clarify what happens if a building is able to add 60% floor area with its PUD or site previously? Bleh. You get what
Sure,
I'm going.
with those, the previous approvals. Yeah, this is definitely a nuance, and we have had a lot of conversations with Hella in the city attorney's office to ensure we all understood the sort of operations of this and the procedural dynamics. So you're right that if a property has an existing approval, site review or a PUD, any changes to that site would simply go through the site review process. If a property was to, let's say, add 30% of building area, the form-based code would not go into effect, even if they didn't have an existing site review approval. If it was a by right building and they added 30%, the form-based code would not apply. If there was a PUD or an existing approval, they would still have to go through the amendment process through site review to get that 30% addition approved. If it starts to exceed 60%, that's when the form-based code standards begin to apply. And so if it was a by right project and they were adding 75%, form-based code kicks in. If it's a PUD project and they start to add 75%, they would still go through site review at their as the default. They would have the choice to utilize form-based code if they wanted to, but they wouldn't have to. There is a standard as well within the code that areas that are reviewed under the site review process that also happen to be in form-based code areas, there is an expectation that just like you in site review, just like you review a project against the policies of a subcommunity or an area plan that exist in the area, you also use the form-based code as a guide. So there is language that says that the changes should be, wherever practicable, they should be compatible with the standards of the form-based code. That's very broad language and intentionally so. The goal being that the project makes an effort to try to comply with some of the intent of the form-based code standards and things like that, but the code itself is not governing. They are still following existing zoning and site review procedures. Hopefully that answers. It's pretty convoluted, but hopefully that clarifies.
Yes, thank you.
If I could follow up on that. So in those circumstances then, that they wouldn't govern, the form-based code wouldn't govern what you could build or what size you could build, but they would be more like design guidelines that in the building that you build, it should generally be compatible with the design guidelines of the
That's
form-based
exactly
code.
right. Yes.
Okay.
And it also does not specifically call out uses. So any of the use guidance within the form-based code about, placing shop front, or retail uses on the ground floor, the production business space, those are not included as part of that. It's purely the sort of physical architectural design of the structure should attempt to meet those guidelines.
Got it. All right. In the queue, I've got Matt and then Mark. Did you still? No? Okay.
Just a couple. From a development perspective, would you not agree that having to rely upon a series of exceptions to get a project developed is a great deterrent to most developers, as opposed to having a more clearly defined as of right possibility?
Sure. So based on the map that we showed earlier, is most of these locations have an existing PUD or site review approval, so their sort of by right pathway is through the site review procedures. Regarding exceptions within the form-based code, we believe that there is enough flexibility built into the form-based code that you can be very creative and can design a good quality building without any exceptions, actually, and really just checking the box and going through a staff-led administrative review, which ideally should be much faster and more efficient for the applicant. We do find that people want to do different things and don't want to be constrained by a box, and so they often will ask for those exceptions. But the hope is that there's enough guidance and enough flexibility within the code itself that you would be able to go through it without any exceptions.
What is the status of? I'm sorry. What is the status of the requirement that production business space be included in? I guess is it called workshop? Mm-hmm. Buildings, R&D buildings,
right,
that are generally single tenant?
So the production business space, the requirement is that if a project is larger than 15,000 square feet, the production business space requirement kicks in, and that's 10% of the ground floor area that is not parking, that is not circulation, that is not residential. So it's 10% of the sort of usable commercial space of that ground floor, which as you start to peel away all those other uses, that's not a very large area. And that's on purpose, that's intentional. First of all, we don't want that requirement to be excessive. Secondly, we want those spaces that are created to be small enough that they can accommodate more affordable, small local businesses and provide that opportunity for them to, continue to exist in the area. We heard through the subcommunity plan very loud and clear that there's a concern that through redevelopment, a lot of those existing small business type areas are going to disappear. And so we're trying to introduce a standard where at least some of that space can be replaced and opened up and offered to some of those, kind of early entrepreneurial businesses. The requirement is built into the building type, right, and is not is not intended to be specific to any use type. So in an R&D building, as an example, that would be a very good example where an applicant could make the argument to say, this is a real problem for us because of security issues or other kinds of, situations. That's certainly something I think we would consider, as long as, it's, again, sort of going with the intent of the subcommunity plan. But in a mixed-use residential building or a workshop building that is not R&D, that's office or, some other type of use, that production business space could be really valuable and also viable as an option.
But for an R&D facility that requires single occupancy for a variety of reasons, including the security of their research, having to rely upon your discretion as to whether or not to permit that, don't you see that as problematic?
Well,
You're asking somebody to commit a couple $100 million to create a facility, and it will be up to you to decide whether or not it's viable.
Well, I would respond to that by saying that, first of all, the workshop building type is not specific to R&D uses. It can accommodate all manner of different uses. If someone was going to bring forward an R&D project, that would go into the calculus of, is that an appropriate exception? Staff would make a recommendation. Planning board would very likely call that up and have a conversation around it as well. The other thing I'll just note is that again, the areas that are most likely to be building a brand new, high-tech, high-quality R&D building have an existing PUD or site review approval, and so they will not be subject to that requirement.
Will they be subject to the requirement of having 30% of the building be a floor lower than the rest?
No, they would not, because that's part of the form-based code, and they would not be required to meet that.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just follow up on that? So in terms of that, so it's 10% of the ground floor area. So and with exceptions. So if you had a 3-story building, it might come out to 2 or 3% of the total office space of the building. Okay, but now let's say that the exception wasn't granted. Would council eventually be able to weigh in on that if council felt like there should be an exemption granted?
Hella, I don't. If planning board calls up a project and approves that, is there a call up to city council
after
as well?
planning board approves it, the council would have the opportunity to call it up.
How about if planning board didn't call
Or
it up?
denies it. Yeah, any decision of the planning board would be subject to call it by council.
So if they decided not to call it up, we could override them and call it up ourselves?
No.
Okay. Got it. That was my follow-up on that. Are you good, Mark?
That's the end of my question.
Yeah. Sure, of course. Did we lost Matt? Go ahead.
Just a quick question for the outdoor spaces that are created, including the playground. Who's generally responsible for maintaining those over time?
Well, they are required to be on the property of the development, so it would fall to the property manager of that project.
Okay. And did we get feedback just about that kind of cost? Because I don't know how that kind of ongoing cost relates to the cost of a developed building, which would be.
Sure, we have not gotten any specific feedback related to that. Oftentimes, particularly residential properties will offer those kinds of things as amenities and take those on themselves, and so we anticipate it would be pretty likely that even though it's a requirement, it's likely something that might have been provided anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Nicole?
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation. I just had a couple of questions just around how the engagement was incorporated into some of these changes. So in considering these changes, I understand you had feedback from many different constituency groups, and I expect that feedback didn't always align or go in the same direction. So when you're considering, these changes that you brought to us tonight, how do you balance the competing, or how did you balance the competing priorities from the different constituency groups when they arose during the 1.5 year long engagement?
Yeah, it's a great question. That's why we do this job, right? Is to try to make these decisions and thread the needle as best as we can. It is a challenge. We, for the purposes of the code updates, we always referred back to the sub-community plan and really the broad information and feedback we received throughout that process, which Kathleen knows extended to 3 years through the COVID era. And so there is a tremendous amount of sort of qualitative language that describes the type of place that the community expects to see in East Boulder, and it includes great streets, great architecture, larger buildings than what are out there now, but there's an expectation and a trade-off that if you're going to have a larger building, there needs to be good sort of articulation of that building and changes of massing so that it's not just a big box. And so that was really the guiding factor, and we try to balance that, of course, with the realities of some of the conversations we had with business owners and property owners and their needs as well. And so we do our best to try to create flexibility where we feel like it's necessary and feasible, but there are a few things that are so strongly stated in the subcommunity plan, it would be difficult for us to bring forward code changes that don't speak to those directly.
Thank you. So just to kind of summarize that a little bit, would it be fair to say that the changes that you're presenting tonight reflect kind of the intersection of all these changes of the multiple constituency groups that were involved in the process?
Yes, I would say that's true.
Thank you. And did any groups' concerns have priority for consideration in making these changes? You mentioned just sort of the property owners and developers, just because they're a big part of this process too,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, and I would say through and Kathleen, you can certainly chime in. Through the East Boulder subcommunity plan process, that was very, very broad constituency, and we talked to a lot of community members and housing advocates, and a whole range of different perspectives and interests to develop that plan. As you dive into regulations and code writing and things like that, this becomes a bit more of a technical exercise, and so we did lean heavily into our design and construction industry colleagues within the city, and had that technical advisory committee, and then also recognizing that changes to zoning can have an impact on property owners and what they can do with their properties going forward. So I would say we are a bit more sensitive to those interests through this process. And those might take a little bit more weight through a kind of this kind of regulation and code process than we might normally address through a broader community process.
Yep. So maybe a little more weight to the people who are actually going to be doing the building of this area.
Right. And also to consideration of our development review staff that will have to actually administer the code. So we want to make sure that it's clear to them as well.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I was just going to colloquy on that. So I understand kind of the public engagement portion that happened with the community planning process. When we talk about kind of this actual code implementation side, how many community members were walked through where the rubber meets the road and how the actual code works and the trade-offs between the choices that are being made between the idea of the subcommunity plan and the implementation of the rules?
Well, as far as like the general community, I would say there's been less of that, but we have had numerous one-on-one calls with individual property owners. Kathleen mentioned the business to business questionnaire that we did, and sort of the door-to-door polling that we did, and talked to tenants and business owners in the area to understand what their space needs were. We've held a number of presentations and meetings with the chamber throughout as well. So we feel like we've attempted to do our best to try to communicate these things multiple times and in different ways to the people that will be most impacted by it. And it's been difficult to try to. It's very, very complex information, and it's difficult to cover all the bases all the time. And so, there certainly is an opportunity for some miscommunication along the way, or misunderstandings of what the code is intended to do. And we've tried to reconcile that and clear that up as best as we can.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to do a gotcha or anything. It's just it's a challenging thing.
It's tough. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren. We got Matt. I got a couple questions, and just as keep in mind we're getting late here, so we can ask maybe quick questions and get quick answers.
My questions were addressed by other council members, so
okay,
saves my oxygen.
Wow, that was quick. Well done.
Yeah. You're welcome.
And okay, then I'll call on myself. And most of my questions got answered as well, particularly around some of the optionality around the PUD and site review areas. But I had a couple left that were brought up by a property owner in this area, and one of them was about the occupied building space requirements. And if I understand this correctly, those are only along Type A streets. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. I will say I did actually pick up an error in the ordinance where under the workshop building that standard was applied to both Type A and B frontages, but on the general building it's only Type A. So the intention within East Boulder is that occupied building space only applies to Type A frontages. So we'll make that change.
Got it. That's like a typo. We wouldn't have to make a motion.
I would sure hope so. Hella.
Okay.
I would not consider that a type change.
Yeah.
That should be part of an ordinance, could be done here. But we also have a cleanup ordinance coming forward for Title IX. It could be incorporated in that as well.
Okay, well, it's probably easy enough to make tonight if we want to clean that up. And then just to clarify that in the Flatirons Business Park, I don't believe there are any Type A frontages.
There are not any Type A frontages designated in the regulating plan. However, in the absence of that, then you have to designate one frontage as Type A. There needs to be a front door, right? There needs to be a front to the building, and that is the intention of the Type A frontage. So that would still apply if the property was governed by the form-based code.
So I'm sorry, I'm confused a little bit about that because in the other regulating plans, I had seen that Type A frontage kind of on prominent corners, like where we're looking for that kind of more occupied space. And so it's specifically called out in those kind of more central areas. But you're saying that every single building would need to have a...
Yes, every single building has a Type A frontage assigned to it. At one frontage or another will be Type A, and it's it both sort of signifies the front of the building, and it carries the highest level of sort of architectural articulation and building materials, that type of thing. And it's really intended to make sure that the side of the building that is fronting on that very visible street frontage, gives it its best face and provides the most sort of active pedestrian activity there on that frontage. So that's the intention there.
And so you're saying like in the other areas that do designate specific Type A frontages, even the buildings that are in the Type B frontages would still have to have a Type A frontage on one side?
Yes, they still, and Leslie, yeah, okay, good, thank you. Yes, one side of the building will always be designated as a Type A frontage.
Okay, all right. And then that occupied space would apply.
That's correct, and that's really intended to make sure that there are we're avoiding sort of dead wall spaces that are just.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I just
yeah.
Need the answer. Okay, got it. Now I understand that. But only if you're applying through the full form-based code.
That's correct.
Right, and it wouldn't apply if the form-based code were being applied as a guideline for a significant renovation.
No, I don't believe it would be.
Yeah. Okay, great. And then the other one, there was a question about the requirement of mechanical systems to be inside the building, and perhaps you can speak to to what extent that's required, or because there are some mechanical systems that would be incompatible with uses inside the building.
Yeah, absolutely. And the form-based code recognizes that fact that not everything can be located inside the building, and so there are already screening standards and other standards that relate to when those types of facilities need to be located outside. They're specifically located on side yards and rear yards, and there's some screening standards. So the form-based code fully anticipates and expects that not everything will be able to be incorporated into the building.
Got it. And would that be an exception to the form-based code, or could you just...
No, because it's explained clearly within there and provides for those those kinds of utilities to be outside and how to address them. That wouldn't be an exception. That would just be part of the review process.
Okay, got it. That's all I had. Any other questions from anybody else? Taisha's got a hand. Taisha.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Still on a steep learning curve around these kinds of plans. So thank you for all of the questions. I just have a few questions. One around engagement. I was curious, I saw that the Boulder Chamber was engaged, and I was curious if the Latino Chamber of Boulder County had been engaged.
No, we had not engaged the county Latino Chamber.
Is that a process that or rather, is that I just wonder what we can do to make sure that since the Latino Chamber of Boulder County has just increased their support, their membership, that they can be included anytime that the Boulder Chamber is included, as they also are representing businesses in our community.
Sure. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. We're making a note, and I should just clarify the chamber invited us to give those
That's right.
presentations,
That's right.
but still,
I
yeah,
apologize.
your point is very well taken. We'll make sure that we do that going forward.
I appreciate that, and I understand that their bandwidth is tight as well. So maybe if we can get a couple of different meetings or a couple different topics within the same meeting, that would be much appreciated. I did have a question about urban agriculture. So in the sub-community plan, urban agriculture is mentioned, some of the vertical gardens, roof gardens, and I just kind of I didn't see it addressed at all in the code. So I just wasn't. Can someone talk to me just a little bit about how we ensure um, urban agriculture is present and food production is present in this corridor, as well as if if the agriculture community has been engaged in this process?
Yeah, great question. We did not engage with the agricultural community. Most of East Boulder exists today as light industrial and manufacturing types of businesses. We certainly would allow for any kind of community gardens or other kind of agricultural facilities as part of, particularly in the outdoor space areas that are required. So that would certainly be allowed. It is, I will say, it is not addressed directly within the form-based code, but certainly would be an allowed use within some of those outdoor spaces.
Mm-hmm. And again, I'm raising this because, we had the conversation around Area 3 a couple of weeks ago and urban agriculture and how it was addressed. And I was told that the process is that these conversations happen at the sub-community level. And so I'm just trying to get some clarification on that.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, I think, and Kathleen, you can chime in as far as any conversations that happen during the subcommunity plan itself, and then yeah, translating it to to the form-based code. I guess the form-based code is particularly focused around vertical construction, and admittedly, I think it's not something we really considered as far as incorporating into there. We could also make sure and double check to see whether or not agricultural uses are allowed under the underlying zoning within the area. So that's something we could follow up on.
Awesome. And again, permaculture and other ancestral traditions that are making its way back are allowing us to grow significantly more food in smaller footprints and also indoors. And again, I think of some of the industrial businesses that are in that area. Excuse me. And I believe many of them would appreciate having urban food grown more locally and reducing their food miles and supporting local agriculture. So thank you so much for the opportunity to ask that question and the willingness to deepen our relationship in that particular area. I also just wanted to ask about the open space, and it's more so just it's more of a comment for or a pin for later, and I raised this as well. I think when most people hear open space, in addition to parks or some of the other things, they're thinking that there would be some kind of native grass or some kind of biodiversity or habitat of some kind. And so, just kind of a flag on that term. It can be quite confusing. I certainly made an assumption when I hear the term open space coming from Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission, that is a habitat rich environment, but it doesn't seem to be the case when it's applied to this particular domain. So, is that something that has come up in the past as far as just challenge or any kind of confusion? I mean, obviously not for you, but or potential tension as we really think about how we accelerate habitat restoration and biodiversity?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the terminology, I will say, within the city of Boulder can get a bit tricky. Open space, capital O, refers to our open space and mountain parks, and that is a very, clear definition. And then more broadly, open space is often used just as a generic term for open areas. The code refers to outdoor spaces, so we've tried to make a distinction.
I did see that.
Your comment is spot on in terms of, particularly as we go into the comprehensive plan
It's
update,
that.
and the conversations with the community will have to be just very intentional about the language we use.
Okay. And then just last question. In that process, is there an opportunity to update either the terminology or the definition so that it's more, or actually just update the terminology? Is that something that can be done in an update to a plan? If there was community agreement and partners agreed and the council agreed?
Through the comprehensive plan, I think there's probably, some avenue for,
I mean,
just
even just
more
open
clearly
area,
defining that
right? So that it's not the
policies.
same word with different meanings.
Yeah.
So I like your open area. I thought that was a great way. But alas, thank you so much for the answers to your question and all the work that you and your team do. Thank you.
Thanks. There's questions, Taisha. And I didn't quite catch if you said this already, KJ, but I just checked, and community gardens are allowed in every zone district in the city.
Yes, that's great. And I also quickly checked too. Greenhouses and plant nurseries are allowed in IG. So if there were to be some kind of indoor agricultural, I believe that would be allowed. I'd have to double check with my development review team.
And point of clarification, and I'm sorry, but since the ship is already sailed and we're going to be voting on this, regardless of, if the vote moves forward, would there be opportunities to engage our agricultural community around those needs, just to make sure that, just something, just making sure that we didn't miss anything since that stakeholder group wasn't engaged at all?
I mean, again, if the use would be allowed under the underlying zoning, there would be certainly nothing preventing, an opportunity for somebody to open a business in the area to provide that type of use. And certainly urban agriculture will be a topic of discussion as part of the comp plan. So as far as establishing some kind of broader citywide policies around that, that's something we expect to cover for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Ryan.
Thanks. Just a quick one. I wanted to pick up on the comp plan sort of subject. So we've got a couple of frameworks here that we'll be making code a policy around. Then we have the BVCP coming up that will overlay over the top of this. Can you give an idea of just some example of the kinds of things in the BVCP that would prospectively be on the table that we would look at that we wouldn't be looking at here, or just how to think about how BVCP might affect the future of this jurisdiction? Could we, for example, would overwrite some of the things we're doing today, or would we, by definition, couldn't touch anything we've done today? How to think about that intersection?
Well, I mean, certainly, I think if there were a shift, like a significant shift in policy, as an example, I think this is an outside chance, but just as an example, if we went through and had a community conversation as part of the comp plan update that said, actually, we want East Boulder to stay totally industrial and business, and we don't want any residential out there, then that becomes the sort of overarching policy for this particular area, or maybe a different area within the city. That would then lead us to have to go back and do some work to revise the subcommunity plan, perhaps then revise the code after that. So it does create a cascading effect of things, but really the comprehensive plan establishes that most broad umbrella and policy direction, and then the subcommunity plan and the codes ultimately trickle down and implement that.
All right, I think we've reached the end of our questions, so we're going to go to our public hearing. We've got 7 people signed up to speak. I think 3 of them are pooling time. So the first speaker is Mark Painter, who's pooling time with Eric Stegemiller and Mark Hamilton. We just, to get 5 minutes, we just need to confirm that Eric and Mark are in the meeting. We get Eric over there, and I see Mark Hamilton is raising his hand virtually. So, Mark, you got 5 minutes. There you go.
There. Thanks, KJ. Good evening, Mayor Brockett and members of the council. Delighted to be here to speak on this. And as with some of these hearings on the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, I'm getting clarification as I go, and I'm looking at my notes and my presentation, and I'm modifying things, so I'll stumble through a few things.
And as you're doing that, please speak right into the mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How's this? Better? Okay. All right. So you have Mark Painter from Holland and Hart on behalf of Biomed, and address is 1800 Broadway, right across the street from here. You have my letter from last night and Biomed's letter from today. My apologies for the length of our letter and the detail in our letter. We wanted to make sure you had information that could answer questions you have about the objections and concerns we still had about this. And sorry for the last minute. I know that's always a problem for all of us. And this was an extra problem because your first reading and presentation was the Thursday before Thanksgiving week, and then this hearing's the first Thursday after Thanksgiving week, so it hasn't been a fortunate timing for any of us to absorb this and summarize it and come back with the comments. So we appreciate your patience on that. This is an enormous and complex document, 129 pages that had to be reviewed, much of which is great and supported, and you may hear more on that is supported. We understand council and staff do have full plates and a full agenda going forward, and we understand the need to try and get through this as fast as possible. But the implications for millions of square feet and for tenants, occupants, owners, and for the community at large are significant, and we think it is important to do this right as opposed to doing it fast. We're concerned that with all these questions and the complexity of this document, both the details, the architectural details and things like that, but also the policy, the rezonings and things like that are happening, that it's really important for us to get it right and consider it. And it may not be ready for adoption tonight. Indeed, all the traffic on the hotline today indicated there are more changes coming, and we don't want it to be a disservice to the owners and to the community at large that we do this in a hurry. So please consider maybe deferring it so that we can get through some of these additional changes. In our letter, I'm not going to go through all the details in our letter, but I'll hit a few high points. One of our concerns is that the draft still contradicts the direction that staff committed to and council requested both 2 years ago and again at the study session, that being involved in the form-based code, doing the housing, those things would be optional with people. They could elect into it instead of it being compulsory. Residential use, if you're over a certain size, that's going to be a compulsory part of it for redeveloped buildings. As you heard, there are certain thresholds where the form-based code is going to come into consideration for some of these buildings, and that was not our understanding, or we thought the intent. Second, the production business space concept. This is a mandated specific use for buildings greater than 15,000 feet, and it's a 10% requirement on the main floor. You all talked about that. Our concern is there may be no demand for this use at the time, and it's compulsory. So you have a vacant space potentially there. Also, as Councilman Wallach pointed out, it creates a problem for having single tenant buildings, which is a big problem for a lot of industrial users and research and development users. And it can conflict with tenants' uses such as security issues. There are other externalities such as pollutants and things like that could be a problem. It is not. I mean, we certainly have been supportive of the notion of having these businesses be continued there, but we think this should be done through incentives that you can integrate instead of having this mandated. Mandated like that can result in nothing happening as opposed to what you desire having happen. So please incentivize that instead of mandating it. Third, the workshop building type concept. This building type is new and is the only design type, as we understand it, the only design type where R&D and life science uses would fit. But the draft prohibits this workshop type in the 55th Street corridor and the properties that are right along there. Was that 5 minutes?
Yeah,
wow.
That was 5 minutes.
That was fast. Okay. Would you like to hear my suggestion for resolution?
We don't have time. You want to dash us off a quick email, you can, but we adhere to our time guidelines.
I'll be done. All right. Thank you.
Right. Thanks. Our other in-person speakers are Devin Edgley and John Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Devin Edgley. I'm the Policy Program Specialist at the Boulder Chamber, and I am here today to voice my concerns raised by the Boulder Chamber regarding the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. I appreciate the city's efforts to create a vibrant, sustainable future for East Boulder, but I believe several key issues need further consideration to ensure this plan serves all stakeholders effectively. First, the mandatory housing provisions are well-intentioned but may disrupt East Boulder's unique industrial and research-driven character. While sufficient housing for our workforce is necessary, it should be in the right place and time where it is economically feasible. Flexibility is essential. Housing should be optional, not mandatory. This approach aligns with previous community engagement findings and City Council's prior directives. Second, while preserving production business space is important, requiring it universally could limit East Boulder's potential. Flexibility will allow the area to remain adaptable, fostering innovation and accommodating a broader spectrum of businesses. Additionally, design constraints like floor-to-floor height limitations could stifle R&D facilities, one of the pillars of East Boulder's economy. R&D spaces need unique infrastructure, and rigid design rules could unintentionally force these businesses to relocate, weakening our local economy. Finally, the form-based code, though aimed at fostering cohesive urban design, risks increasing costs without clear benefits. Requiring facade and roof updates for minor repairs imposes unnecessary burdens on property owners. A more flexible approach, including a regular review of the form-based code's impact, would help avoid these pitfalls while still achieving the city's design goals. In conclusion, I urge the Council to prioritize flexibility and practicality in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. By doing so, we can ensure that East Boulder remains a dynamic, economically vibrant area that meets the diverse needs of businesses and residents alike. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our last in-person speaker is John Terr.
Thank you, Mayor, Member, Council. Now, this may repeat some themes, but it's for emphasis. So the foundational operating principles of the East Boulder Subcommittee Plan, what your engaged businesses and residents agreed to accept as a consensus recommendation for their work, and what City Council then adopted in 2022 was flexibility and options with incentives to encourage certain plan characteristics and housing design. These themes were weaved throughout the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. I had the chance to rewatch the October 6th City Council meeting the other day. It couldn't be more clear from City Council dialogue that in the direct words of Mayor Brockett, quote, "The intention is to give flexibility and options as we move toward a more multi-use housing-oriented future," unquote. Quote, "The intent is to provide options," unquote. 2 years later, we confront a proposed form-based code that fails on many fronts to incorporate these values of flexibility and optionality. Representing the voice of your business community and our collective interests in a vital economy, the need for flexibility and options in East Boulder is essential to the functioning of that commercial zone. As you have heard and will hear from one of the most engaged business leaders in this zone, we risk making it impossible for businesses and critical industries to function if we limit their redevelopment flexibility in this zone and require the marriage of activity that feasibly don't mix. We aren't merely talking about the interests of a single business. This is literally existential to a commercial zone that is critical to Boulder's long-term economic vitality. And finally, our businesses place their trust in a subcommunity plan process that adopted flexibility and optionality as an overriding principle. We now rely on that trust and are asked that you abide by the principles of flexibility and optionality in deliberations this evening. I will note in conclusion that the city planning staff did engage in dialogue with the business leaders as they developed the draft form-based code. However, in this case, I can only say that there continues to be differences of opinion regarding the prescriptive nature of the draft code and the housing requirements. Frankly, many of our businesses tell us they just don't feel heard. So I stand here with an appeal to City Council to uphold its commitment to the business community and other stakeholders as enshrined in your adopted East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. Make it clear in precise language that the housing provisions of this form-based code are optional and that they apply and to apply flexibility in the application of the provisions that can lead to impracticality. Then let's work together to implement the vision for a dynamic mixed-use subcommittee and still thriving
Thank you.
business center.
Your time's up, Mr. Taylor.
I'm done.
All right. Okay, we have two online speakers. They are Lynn Siegel and Salil Payapili.
Gosh, I was drifting out there. How could I fall asleep in front of John Taylor? Oh my God. Yeah, I don't support any development in the East Boulder community. We've got more than our carrying capacity in this town. We're underfunded for open space. We're underfunded for the police, for the fire, for libraries, for our South Boulder Rec Center, which we can't even rebuild. You want to move the West Senior Rec Center, West Senior Center, then I can't even use it. It needs to be central, and that's expensive. And you have to maintain what you've got, and you can't do that. You know what? This is the definition of sprawl. It's called sprawl. Remember Wonder View, or what is it? Weather Vane? It was Water View, excuse me, changed to Weather Vane. The definition of sprawl. A whole little city with no services across from the JCC. That's it. Whole little city. Nothing there but housing. We need to balance jobs housing. We need to have a head tax. We need to control our growth with CU far outshadowing us, our population being 70,000 or so, and we've got 107,000, because of CU. And we've got, 777 Broadway with 400 to 900 bodies. We're now renting by the bedroom all over Boulder. The Millennium, 930 rent by the bedroom. And when you rent by the bedroom, you ain't renting to babies. And babies might not have cars, but human beings do. Grown, adults that are living in all these rent by the bedrooms. And I don't care, Ryan. All the transportation oriented development you want to create, you're not going to accommodate it. It's not safe for me riding my bike around. My bike was stolen in front of the county, the old courthouse. The homelessness, the crime. We can't afford more development, more housing in East Boulder. And all the services that we have had, Hoshi Motors, it's out far away. We need some space for some of the services that we've displaced from the center of town. And we're here in the Front Range, sprawling north and south. We've got plenty up in the north already. So stop already.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Our final speaker is Salil Payapili. Sorry, it's getting late.
Hi, good evening. This is Salil Payapali. Is my audio coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay. And is there an option to turn on my video?
There's not.
Okay, that's good. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Salil Payapali. I'm speaking on behalf of Biomed. We spent a lot of time talking about what's not working. I wanted to pause and just acknowledge, we've made a lot of progress. We've had lots of productive discussions with staff over the months, maybe even over the year. With that, we did find 5 older issues that have persisted and one newer one that we've summarized in a letter that you have. And for each one, we've also tried to propose solutions for council's consideration. We think, we believe these solutions continue to maintain very strong support for Boulder's policy priorities, and they try and reduce what we think are probably unanticipated side effects, that could obstruct R&D. And for these persistent issues that remain, a few of them, I really cannot emphasize enough how material, like how big these are to our R&D customers and really to the future of a vibrant innovation district. This whole discussion goes to the heart of our mission, Biomed's mission as a company, which is really to provide, critical infrastructure that expands the capacity to innovate and advance human health. Like said in English, we support companies that are curing cancer, and we build their real estate, and we own and operate it, and we maintain it, and we provide capital. Um, all said and done, we're really looking forward to the rest of the discussion. We feel like there's mission alignment in Boulder. Our mission to advance human health resonates, I think, with a lot of the folks we've spoken with staff members, with council members, and such. Thank you for your time and attention. Looking forward to next steps here. I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payapili. Just one question for you. In our presentation from staff tonight and in our questions to them, we've ferreted out that if there's a previous site review or PUD for a site, that it could just simply follow the rules as they currently exist, other than some design guidelines, but with the same uses and intensities and things like that followed. Given that, do you think you would be able to fulfill your objectives under those criteria?
Thank you for flagging that. Our entire team spent a lot of time focused on, certain phrases like "to the extent practicable," and what kind of uncertainty that creates. To the extent practicable, in requiring compliance with form-based code. And so, if council and staff can clarify and eliminate ambiguity about how to read it, then I think we could do a lot with it.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Okay, I'm now going to close the public hearing and bring it back to City Council for a discussion. And rather than just having a free-ranging discussion, what I might ask is if people want to highlight areas they'd like to discuss or specific changes that they would like to ask for from what we have proposed for us. So I'll just ask if anybody wants to put anything forward. Oh, but maybe we accept maybe a couple of clarifying questions. Go ahead, ask a clarifying question.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple of questions after listening to people speak. And so thank you for letting me get these in before we start having the conversation about what if anything, to change. So I feel like some of the discussions that were coming up in the comments around the types of spaces that we need to evolve in this area, and where that we had some of these conversations when we were adopting the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. And so what I'm struggling with right now is just understanding some of the concerns around preserving industrial space and whether we need to have mixed-use housing in certain areas. Is the concern that you've heard from community members and property owners in this area that we're implementing the subcommunity plan in a way that we won't be able to achieve the vision that's laid out in the plan? Because some of the concerns raised sound really familiar to the things we already talked about. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is the concern with sort of the initial plan that was the problem, or is there something here that's changing that's going to prevent us from being able to enact the plan as we put it forward?
Sure. I think some of what I am hearing in comments in the public hearing, I think that maybe opinions have evolved with certain community members on what the vision for this area should include. I think the subcommunity plan and that process was pretty clear in that we looked at all of East Boulder, everything north of Arapahoe, everything east of Foothills, and said, okay, this is all industrial land. Where do we want to be intentional about evolving these industrial neighborhoods into mixed-use neighborhoods. And that's what's really captured in the plan. And I think both the conversation in that sub-community plan about land use, and then more specifically when we look at the place types and the place type description, the vision for those to be mixed-use areas to begin to introduce residential, and that intention is pretty clear. So I think that maybe there's some new opposition to what's included in the plan. That's how I'm sort of interpreting some of what I'm hearing.
Sure.
So I do remember, let me take this out, that we did discuss flexibility a lot. And the word mandate is what people are complaining about. And just in my mind, and I didn't watch it again, but I was there. So I think the council, we were very strong about flexibility and not mandating, but I could have not remembered that correctly because, I mean, for me, like being consistent with how we started and keeping it going, because businesses can't deal with like that kind of a change when you have a long-term plan. So it seems like that we're still far away, and like, what do I know? But it sounds like we're far away still from not pleasing them exactly, but keeping East Boulder as an industrial site as well. So how hard would it be to work with them to make it better? Is that not what you want to do? Or I'm not meaning that in a bad way.
Well,
but
Tara, do you mind if I colloquy on your colloquy?
Yeah, please.
Because I agree 100% with you that we emphasize the flexibility. And one of our commenters quoted me back at myself about the request for flexibility. And I guess where I'm seeing that is in the fact that essentially all the area of the Flatiron Business Park and 95% of the area of the subcommunity plan could still follow the old rules if they want to. And so the decision to apply the full form-based code is a discretionary and optional one. And if they choose that, they'll get a lot more floor area allowed. So like a substantially larger amount. So they might have some incentive to adopt it, but they can still follow the old rules.
Those are very long letters that they sent.
I think we have only fully clarified it this evening at the hearing.
Yeah, Mayor Brockett, you did a good description there, and I think that's where staff's position is in terms of that flexibility is that that flexibility exists because of those existing PUDs and site review approvals, so they default to the old rules and can continue to follow those as long as they want until such time as the property owner might choose to come into the form-based code. So we believe that flexibility still exists, and even when you come into the form-based code, or you use that, there is still flexibility for redevelopment up to that certain size threshold before any kind of a residential requirement would come into play, if we're talking about residential specifically.
Right. Nicole wanted to say something, then Mark, and then Tina.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a triple colloquy or if it's just coming back to my original question. But this idea of flexibility, I mean, as I understood it at the time that we were approving the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, it was really that, there's flexibility that if you want to do the new things, you can, or you can keep doing what you've already been doing. It wasn't like a flexibility and you can do, if you want to put an outdoor water park there, you can, right? It was really like, the flexibility was meant to be you have a choice in whether you follow these new things or not. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that is correct, and I think that's how we're applying the form-based code.
Thank you. That's the end of my triple call.
Mark, you want to go for 4 quadruple?
Yeah. Yes, I'll colloquy on the colloquy on the colloquy. And yet we sit here and every speaker representing the business community, A, is not feeling terribly heard, and B, is not feeling very secure in what we are describing as this great flexibility to take path A versus path B. I am particularly concerned with restrictions that we're putting upon R&D facilities that don't belong there. In other words, requiring first floor extraneous businesses when they want single tenancy buildings. And if they can't get them here, they'll get them elsewhere. Lafayette will be more than happy to provide them with the bases for single tenancy buildings. And many other communities will do the same. And so there is much that is very, very good in this plan, and I don't want to misrepresent it, but I don't think it has really met the guidelines of flexibility and optionality that we requested in the prior two meetings, and I would like to see, because while it's nice to get it done, we will get it done, but I don't think it would harm anybody if there was some further conversation between the stakeholders and staff as to how this is going to work, how we can smooth out some of these rough spots, and how we can actually create that flexibility and optionality. Um, uh, we're saying it's there, but they're saying they don't feel it's there. So somebody is right and somebody is wrong. I'd like to see some further conversation to flesh out these issues. And if you can make the business community relatively happy that they have a path to do whatever they need to do in an appropriate way, all the better. But if not, I'd like there to be some serious conversation between the parties to see where compromise is possible. And certainly to get rid of requirements that make those single-use R&D facilities simply not feasible. That's we cannot impose upon those developers our desire for a small, affordable commercial space. That's not their mission. That may be our mission, but it's not theirs. And since they won't be capable of developing those properties under those circumstances, we're going to be the losers in the end. So I'd like to see some continued conversation.
Thanks, Tina. And then Lauren. Do you mind if Lauren jumps the queue for colloquy?
I guess, so when we talked about this, I do remember us putting a lot of emphasis on wanting to make sure that kind of that smaller, affordable industrial space was kept around. And I do appreciate the effort that has been taken to find ways to do that. I guess I was wondering, are there any other methods you looked at? For instance, you know, I personally wonder about having a fee if they can't provide or don't want to provide this kind of space that might help make that could go into a fund for making that commercial space like a commercial affordability fund for keeping other businesses in the area, something like that.
Can I colloquy on your colloquy?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, Lauren, we believe that as far as continuing and maintaining those smaller production spaces in the future is going to take more than one tool, right? And none of them are going to be a silver bullet. So this is the first attempt to at least identify a physical space requirement. I think your notion around some sort of affordable commercial fee and a program that would support those local businesses is certainly another factor. And I know the city and our community vitality department are continuing to work through a pilot program for that and explore that as an option in the future. We've also discussed the opportunity for a improvement district or something similar in that vein, particularly in the 55th and Arapahoe station area. So that might also be another opportunity or mechanism that could host those dollars and then redistribute them in the location where we want them to. So we have explored a couple different scenarios as to how do we continue to support these businesses going forward, and again, this is sort of the first attempt to at least define the physical space, because if you lose the physical space, you can have all the money in the world and you won't be able to support those businesses because there won't be a location to put them.
Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good idea. I think it warrants exploration. Um, I've been a big advocate of trying to preserve existing industrial uses in the area, and fearing that they would be priced out by more expensive uses. So I think that that's a very interesting suggestion. But having made it, now we need to analyze it and talk about it, and not really vote on it at 10:10 on a Thursday night. I just don't think it's ready for that kind of decision. And I'd like to get the parties back in a room and talking about things such as that, among other things, um, and making sure that the final product is consistent with our initial direction to provide that optionality and flexibility, and to make sure that we can actually build these buildings that we need to build for our economic vitality.
Appreciate that, Mark. So Tina's been waiting, and Nicole has a question. Then I want to have a suggestion for the framing the further discussion.
Thank you, and I'll welcome a framework as well. So I have a question just around when we heard from businesses about some concerns about the code, were they largely in the Flatiron Office Park, or did we also hear similar concerns from the area around Conestoga in the station area and the third area?
I would say primarily the voices we've heard have come from the Flatirons Business Park. We have talked to a couple property owners in the 55th and Arapahoe station area. Actually spoke to one of them this morning, as a matter of fact, to clarify a lot of these questions, and he seemed content and to understand particularly the fact that with those PUD and site review approvals, the form-based code doesn't apply. I will also just mention that there is, currently a residential project being proposed in this particular area, right at the northeast corner of 55th and Arapahoe, that is very much looking forward to the form-based code because it provides them with the flexibility for their residential focused project that they're interested in moving forward with.
So I mean, the one comment I'll make, and I don't know what course we're going to pursue the rest of the night, but the original visioning, and if you look at the picture with the people on the street and the park, that is definitely something we've talked a lot about that we want to create. And when I think about the Conestoga area, it's perfect for that. The Flatiron Park area, it's very difficult to overlay that onto that, which is fine. But I don't want to lose that vision with whatever we end up. So making sure that if we make any changes to make it easier for the Flatirons Park area, that we still have a really strong incentive to come out with this outcome in the other areas. So that would be my only thought when we're talking about this.
Nicole?
Yeah, this may sort of be a two-part question for asking now and again later, but it's really a question for staff. And we have a really ambitious work plan, and we put a lot on the planning department. We're talking now about potentially having further conversation, further work on this issue, more engagement, more consideration of changes. Does that have any impact on our other priorities or anything in the citywide strategic plan? Because we made it a priority to accelerate a lot of that work. And I'm just wondering if there are any impacts to think about as we consider whether we want to have more on this area.
Good evening. Brad Mueller, Planning and Development Services Director. There are always impacts to workload and trade-offs in that regard. If there were additional conversations, I'm sure we would work very hard to try to make that a very discrete set of conversations with deadlines and that type of thing. We do have you all have a very ambitious January, February already kind of kicking into the future. So it's a little hard to predict exactly what that means. Kathleen, for example, is primary on the comp plan update, and of course we'll be going heavy into that, but we're here to serve the council's pleasure, and we will make things work.
Great. Excellent question, Nicole. So what I'd like to do is pause because I think we have a couple of potential outcomes here tonight. And one of them is to say, okay, we need to work through a few more of these things, go back out, work with the community, and then bring this back to us at some point in the future. Another one would be to make a few targeted changes tonight and pass the ordinance with a few targeted changes. And I'll say if we take that second approach, it would not, we could still take a couple of issues and ask for them to come back at a later time. So I'm just thinking like the production requirement is seeming to be potentially thorny. Lauren has an alternative idea. One option is if we move forward tonight, we could remove that section and then ask staff to come back and say, hey, a little later, could you come back with us maybe with some choices that include maybe Lauren's idea. So that would be one. Yes, you may, Mark.
Well, it's now 10:15 and we're about to engage in a process of substantial legislating and decision making at a very late hour of the evening, which is why I advocate for letting the impacted parties have a little bit of conversation. I don't know that it requires a whole new round of community engagement. These are technical issues raised by technical users and developers, and we have enough study sessions so that if necessary we can probably drop one and put this in its place along with other things that we're working on. So I really urge us not to be making that kind of legislative decision at this hour. We do it all the time, but I urge us not to do it tonight.
Fair point. Well, I'll just to take on an advocacy position there. I feel like we could take three key issues and address them tonight, put a couple of things off, and get it done relatively quickly. So I'd like to put it out to council and see which approach people would like to take, a deferring of the whole thing or getting something potentially passed. Nicole, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I really hate deferring it. It means so much more work for you, Lauren, Aaron, Mark, Stacy, but also staff. Just even with the scheduling change, and also a lot of these changes kind of came in at relatively, the last minute. I have not had a lot of time to think about them or understand them. So I would prefer to wait, even though I really don't love the idea of delaying. So that's where I'm coming from. And may I ask you one question about the proposal and Mark as well? If we were to talk through any changes, would we want planning board to review those as well, or would it just be us reviewing again? So it just like one, because they weighed in on this one too.
Yeah, so what I would say is I don't think we would necessarily need planning board's intervention. But if folks feel like we need to have more time, that's fine. But what's that? No, I believe it's part of the form-based code. If we change the map, not the. We could clarify that. Okay, but maybe I could just get a straw poll because I'd like direction from council so that we can then figure out exactly how we're approaching. So who would like to defer it to a later time? Just raise your hand. So we got a 5. We got a 5 on that one. So I think we'll be deferring to a later time. And so then what I would like people to do is whatever key issues they feel like should be weighed in on, please make a brief statement of what those key issues are so that they can be considered before it comes back to us. We've already heard that the production space is one of those key issues. I've got a couple others. Yeah, Matt.
I just want to clarify, and this may be a question for Teresa, if we defer, does this, I think because it was sort of asked, but let's verify, does this have to go to planning board?
No, I don't believe it would need to go back to the planning board. You would need to continue to a date certain. But to my knowledge, it would not need to go back to planning board. I looked at my colleagues to correct me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ask, do we get to control the schedule cadence of this or not?
And if I could ask a specific additional question around that, I think one of the changes that we're potentially looking at that I'll include in mine is in the regulating plan for the Flatiron Business Park, making the entire area the flex area that would allow both housing and the workshop type. And would that require a planning board change, or is that just within the form-based code?
The form-based code is code, so you're the only decision-making authority on that. One thing to consider is whether or not that's then consistent with the area plan. Generally, zoning should be consistent with comprehensive and area plans. But that said, there's also been some legislation that it is not binding. It is not legislation itself. You might consider other things in your deliberations, but it's one of the things to consider. And if the legislation was challenged, how it is consistent with those plans.
Okay, thank you. So I guess just while I have the floor in terms of key issues, so we talked about the production space. I would want to at least look at the possibility of allowing the workshop type in the Flatirons Business Park on the west side. But that's something you could, maybe it's not fully compatible, and so maybe you'd be interested in hearing about that. And then I've heard concern about the, to the extent practicable language. So if there's any way to make that a little bit more definitive in terms of what exemptions people could ask for, that might be helpful. And the last, and then the working on the production space, when we do come back to that, if have an ability for the council to weigh in on whether to grant an exemption through some call-up process.
We just got a 10-page brief on the various issues that need to be discussed, and I would like to see the parties just have their conversation, knock them out as best they can, and bring back to us a resolution on hopefully all of them, or if any of them have to be decided by us, we will then do that. But I don't know that you can keep it to 4 issues when I'm looking at War and Peace here.
I met Warren. He's a very nice guy. Point taken, Mark, but also if there are any key issues that any of us have in our mind that we really think should be addressed, then I think it would be remiss of us to not highlight them now. Okay. And I've got mine highlighted. I'm done. Does anybody else want to raise any more? Taisha, you got your hand up.
I was just going to echo your concerns around the production type and specifically the workshops and the just clarification of language as much as possible.
I'm sorry, clarification what?
Of some of the language that you had talked about around just or rather one of the commenters talked about. I'm sorry, it is 11:20. So I'm
to which point Teresa reminds me that we need to do a time check. So I think we're close to wrapping up here, I think, on this agenda item. So I would just invite, if anybody else has some key issue that has not been mentioned yet that you want to get on the table, I would ask you to do it quickly. Lauren and Matt.
Oh.
I guess I would just like to also bring up in my hotline, there were a number of potential streamlining things for the form-based code. And those are still, they might not be as high a priority as some of these other things, but those are still things that I would be interested in having addressed.
Matt?
Well, I appreciate you throwing that. One thing Lauren recommended, which I think is a huge plus one, is the opt-in site review. To me, that is a golden gem of an option for flexibility versus predictability. So I'd love that to get noodled. Oh, I just saw, we already have it?
They already have that option because they have an existing PUD or site review approval, so they default to site review. So that flexibility already exists.
Oh, we have a
I just want to clear that up.
My one thing I wanted to bring up.
Wait, process question, Aaron. Should we just all email this or?
I feel like we should send staff with if we have something really pressing, but hopefully we can do it very quickly, of any remaining issues.
This is just a plug for the future, because as we expand form-based code, which we are likely to do, there probably will be areas where that is not the case. And in the future, I would like us to consider that as an option. Thank you.
Thank you. So the one thing is with regards to ground floor retail and some of that requirement, retail is struggling and vanishing, and I'm not sure building more space is what will save it. So just I'm a little worried about that piece and how we mandate that, because that may not be empty retail space ends up being gangrenous blight, which affects the vitality of an area. So I just want to be mindful of forcing that creation.
Tara?
Triple ditto. I actually lose sleep on worrying about the empty retail space on the ground floor, if you can believe it. So I agree with that. Also, I heard a lot of random things tonight that were very important to me, but like Nicole said, I didn't have time to study it. One page had about pitched roofs. That was very interesting. Also, if you reach a certain size in your build, does that mean you have to build housing? Is that what was said?
No.
Okay. So that's okay.
I mean, not if you like to.
So
Is
that's
this a
why I
so?
need time
But
to
okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just even a night.
Well, we're going to get a few months, so. Okay, so not seeing any other hands, we're handing you a whole bunch of stuff to deal with. Brad, do you have a suggestion for what we might do for continuing to a date certain?
I do, and maybe to lay out a vision of how we can maybe implement this. It's a little free form, of course, so we'll tweak it, but it's beneficial, as Teresa mentioned, to continue to a date certain. That means it doesn't get renoticed and people can anticipate it. February 20th would be a good date if council was so inclined, and you could continue it to then. Under that kind of time frame, I would see us compiling the information that we've gotten over the last 2 days, which you've made reference to in large part, council members, along with the discussion today. Try to distill that to some discrete points and ask the major stakeholders who've been engaged and do a little bit of outreach to those who have not, to engage on those specific points and clarifications by kind of mid-January, so that we would be able to get that compiled in a way that's productive for you all.
Thanks, that's very helpful, Brad. Would somebody like to make a motion about continuing the meeting?
I move to continue the meeting.
To the date?
Oh, to that. Oh.
February 20th.
February 21?
20th.
20th. Thanks.
Second.
All right, all in favor of continuing meeting to February 20th? Raise your hand. I don't know, 7? Okay. So Taisha and Ryan, we're down. Okay, so the meeting will be continued. I want to thank staff who've done extraordinary work to get us to this point. There is a little bit more work to be done here, it seems, but I want to appreciate how much you've done to get us to this point, and the end is in sight. So looking forward to getting there soon. So we need to move on to our last couple items. Teresa, is it right that we need to have a motion to start anything after 10:30?
No, you can take a matter up. It's if the meeting is going to go past 11 that you
That's
need a
when you need a
vote of
motion.
2/3.
Thanks very much. Okay, we got 2 items left. Hopefully we can do both of them really quickly. Alicia, if you can take us to our matters items, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our next item on the night's agenda is item number 8A, matters from the mayor and members of council. It is the Council Retreat Subcommittee Midterm Check-in Plan.
Nicole, do you want to introduce this?
Yes, yeah. And Tara and I had done a script. I think we're going to go off script and just try to get through this faster because we did it for 15 minutes. And I don't know that all of us want us to get through that. But Tara, do you want to just start with some of the basic planning items? And then I will review the agenda and then we'll have some questions for folks. I was going to, yeah, just for time.
Okay, here are the basics. We picked we meaning the committee, picked February 27th, so instead of a study session, we would have our midterm check-in. That's number 1. Number 2, in council chambers. Number 3, We will email you whether you'd rather have a 4:30 or 5 p.m. start time. The duration is 5 hours. We're going to eat dinner in the middle because we all will need a break. And the very beloved Heather Bergman will serve as our facilitator because we most definitely need one to stay on track.
All right, for the agenda, we're thinking about 4 main sections, with the first and last sections being fairly short. There would just be an opening exercise, some kind of general learning. We will find something that is meaningful and interactive and informative, not just like what's your favorite flavor of ice cream kind of thing. The second part would be a progress update on our city council priority projects. Staff would share out updates on the progress of each council priority project, and then we would have the opportunity for questions and discussion. Then the third section would be the citywide strategic plan check-in. At the last midterm check-in, all the department heads gave updates on the priority work in their department. And this section would be kind of similar to that, focusing on projects related to the citywide strategic plan. That was one of everybody's favorite parts of the last midterm check-in. And then this section would be led by the city manager's office with support from department directors, and we would again have the opportunity for questions and discussions. The last section of the meeting would be relatively shorter again, focused on the future retreat calendar, just for us to have a discussion on that. The switch to even year elections in 2026 is going to create a one-year council. We'd like to use the last 15 or so minutes of the retreat to provide the upcoming retreat calendar that we're envisioning due to the switch to even year election calendar shifts. So Tara's going to kick off the questions with that in mind.
Thanks for that explanation. So you're taking questions?
Yeah, first question is...
Can I add one qualification
bet,
first? They're supposed to be quick. So just like raise of hands is kind of what we're
raise
looking
your
for.
hand.
We're just kind of getting temperature on how people are feeling about this.
You know, I'm now looking at our original, so I don't have the other sheet in front of me, unless you can send it to me real quick.
I think it's still shared. Okay. I can send it, but maybe while we do that, I think, Lauren, you said you had a question.
Yep.
Just a quick one. Can you send out that agenda to us in an email so that we can process it more than I'm capable of right in this moment?
And yeah, I might follow up on that because this is all auditory processing. So maybe a next step could be to send us this so we could provide feedback via email.
Do you want us to just do that for the questions then and not ask you them right now? Yes?
But yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Would that work?
Nicole?
I think so, but I think there's also maybe 1 or 2 questions that might be good to get a read on. Okay. Not necessarily all of them, but one is just around, since we're not identifying new priorities because we filled staff's plate with our 2-year council priorities, do folks agree that the purpose of this retreat is to check in on progress and scope of things that we already identified? So we just wanted to make sure that we got a little off track at the last midterm retreat about that. Is that, folks, raise your hands if that generally.
I'm okay with the check-in unless there's something that we're reacting to in the February timeframe that becomes a priority.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. Okay, I'm generally seeing hands. I think the rest of them, Tara, do you agree they don't necessarily need us to ask tonight?
There might have been just one other one. Do you know which one? Just give me 1 second.
I feel like, sorry.
Would number 3, would members of council rather cover all the priorities? So we have the option of covering all the priorities for all of our priorities, and if we do that, we won't have enough time to discuss the details of each. So in other words, if we talk about where we are at with all the priorities, we won't be able to get into a lot of Q&A. Like, we'll have to just have a very minimal discussion of the most important questions. But if we discuss just a few of our top priorities, and we would send you an email and you would tell us what they are, we would give you options of what, like we would say, what are your top 3 priorities you want to talk about? Then we can talk in detail about those three, let's just say, versus covering them all and having less discussion?
I think we should cover them all. I think it's going to be a task to try to get us to all agree on some small number. This should be an executive discussion about what is it going to take to be successful in the 10 or 11. And that's the discussion. I think we should avoid getting too much into the weeds on the substance. This should be an executive discussion about what is it going to take to be successful on all 11. 10 or 11, I think it's 11.
Opposing?
I agree with that.
No opposed? Any opposed?
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. That is helpful. And yeah, and everything else we can. Those were the two substantive ones. Oh, well, yeah, and just an even split between the council priorities and the citywide strategic plan. We can also ask that when we send the draft agenda too. So.
Maybe a little more time on council priorities since those are the ones we're weighing in on directly.
Okay, we really don't have any other questions.
This is Taisha.
Yes, Taisha.
Thank you. To the question that you just asked, Nicole, about the city versus council plan, and if anything, I'm looking for the areas of alignment and maybe prioritizing a look at those areas that cross and then looking at them separate if there are cross. I really would love us not to see them as two separate plans, but really looking for those areas of overlap and alignment. Thank you.
Well said. Do you need anything else from us?
No.
I wanted to just raise the question of letters from boards and commissions. I've heard chatter about are we asking boards and commissions to provide letters? I'm not sure if this is the right time. It seems like this might be. So I guess I'd ask your permission, Nicole or Tara. Can I? Okay, then I would suggest. I think it was about this time. I'm not sure when it was last year, but this came up, and now I've heard at least a couple of through board members saying they've heard council is not asking them for letters this year. I don't think I've been a part of a discussion that says they're not. I have a view on what I think we should do. It's just my view. I do think we should offer. We would say we should tell boards and commissions that we will gladly accept their letters and give them some guidance on how to do that. Either way, I think we should clarify what we're expecting of boards and commissions. They meet, I think most of them, well, it's different, but some of them monthly-ish. Takes time for them to get together and write a letter. I think we'll learn from them. There are experts. We don't have a lot of engagement with our boards and commissions. So I would propose that we just make a decision to say something along those lines to boards and commissions. We invite your optional letter to us if you like. So just wanted to raise that.
And I think just one question I have is what's the typically when they've sent us letters and when we've asked them, it's when we are using them to inform our work plan priority discussion at the main retreat. At the midterm check-in, do you have a sense of the kinds of things that you would want to know from that? And I guess if that's something that everybody would like us to have, you could certainly send us ideas on the kinds of things you'd like to ask for, and we could talk about that at our next meeting in 2 weeks, I think, and then bring that back with a follow-up too. But just what are we asking them for?
I would just offer briefly as an idea, it could be as simple as you are our subject matter experts that we have appointed you to this work for. Tell us what you think we need to know. And we could also direct that more. We could say, we've got our priorities. Can you give advice on, what you're seeing, how to make them successful? It could be that specific, but I think as general as you are our experts. We don't talk to you that much. What would you like us to know? And I think this would serve the goal both of helping us become more informed, possibly about blind spots, but also to serve with recruitment and retention and making sure that they're engaged in our policymaking.
Yeah, so well said, Ryan, but I wonder if we could give any additional feedback on what that letter might look like offline or their request. Okay. Right.
Yeah. So if I could make a suggestion, I heard a request to send the agenda out. I would suggest that staff do that and that you provide feedback to staff so that we don't have an open meetings issue. And similarly, we shouldn't have sorry. sorry, it's late. Let me phrase it a different way. Similarly, when we are trying to formulate what you all would like from boards and commissions, that either needs to be an out loud conversation here, or perhaps you could send ideas to a staff member who could try to marry those up or something.
Sounds good. So maybe Nicole and Tara, you can follow up with a staff member on getting that going. Okay, is that good enough for tonight? All right, thanks for working on that. All right, we got one more, and it's 10:38, so let's see if we can be super quick.
All right, sir. Our next item, or last item, is item 8B. It is the ranking proposed priority items for the Boulder County Regional Homelessness Working Group.
Lauren, you want to take that away?
And I believe we have one slide. We fancy. Meg's is fancy. So thank you all so much for responding to this hotline. We have tabulated, or staff has, because it was, yes. Staff tabulated, Meg's in particular, went through our responses, and this is the order that we have come to based on the average of that. The only thing that switched is items 5 and 6 from the order that was suggested.
You mean 5 switch with 6?
Yes. So assuming that everyone feels good about that, I will be ranking these and bringing them to the working group. Thank you for participating. Yes.
Okay, so this is like a question / comment. Why are we participating in this? And what do we aim to get out of it? I mean, the work that you and Kurt and others doing is great. I'm just kind of disappointed that this doesn't really seem to address homelessness. It seems to address housing, which is a part of it, but not the critical and acute issues of homelessness that our community is facing. It doesn't address the here and the now. It largely has recommendations that are 4, 5, 10 years down the road, and most of them don't create any local or regional accountability to driving our own solutions. They all rely on someone else to solve it for us. There's nothing about basic needs, nothing about sheltering, and the rent assistance is someone else figure it out for us. I don't know what this is. I hate to be so pessimistic about it, but I'm just sort of wondering why we're spinning in the trade winds and wonder why we're not going anywhere. So I don't know if that's, I don't know. That's just, I don't know.
I think that's a fair question, and I personally have some concerns with how there are a number of other cities, and we are all ranking these items, and then top 2 or 3 are going to be the ones that we work on. So depending on what those are, I think that it may become a bigger question of, I may be coming back and asking if it makes sense for us to continue. But at this point, we don't know what the top 2 are going to be. And I think that there is potential that there is something there that will be interesting enough to make it make sense for us to continue at this time.
Yeah, excellent question, Matt. Lauren, I appreciate you bringing this forward and doing the work to participate in this. And if it turns out not to be worth our while, then maybe it won't be worth our while. Okay, good enough. Any objections to the order presented? I'm not seeing any. Okay. Thanks to Kurt Fernhauer for staying with us all the way till the end to be here for that. Much appreciated. So that wraps us up. That's the end of our agenda. Sorry, Ryan, did you have something? Real quick.
I promised it earlier. Real quick, I just wanted to clarify the record on something I said on our November 21st meeting on the Area 3 discussion. I made a comment about something that's very important, and I said the opposite of what I meant. So I just want this to be clear. I said, I think we have plenty of housing in our already developed areas. And what I meant to say was, I think we have plenty of capacity for more housing in our already developed areas. I followed up with Teresa, Nuria, and others after the meeting, but I just wanted to make sure this is clear because it's very important. Thank you.
Consider the record corrected. All right. Well, thanks everybody. It's 10:43. We're way over time, but thanks for sticking with us. Good night.